This Honourable House is back in session. Please be seated.
Private Members Motion Number 5 of 2025-2026. Motion to mandatorily redline amending bills. To be moved by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, and seconded by the elected member for Georgetown West.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to bring private members motion number 5 of 2025-2026, a motion to mandatorily redline amending bills. And Mr. Speaker, the motion reads as such: whereas the NCFC government has identified transparent governance as a pillar of the 2026-2028 Strategic Policy Statement, SPS, and whereas the current isolated clause method of amending legislation creates a democratic deficit where the public and the opposition must manually cross-reference documents to understand the law, and whereas recent proceedings, specifically the committee stage of the Immigration Bill 2025, prove that even ministers find it challenging to explain fragmented amendments in layman's terms, and whereas the opposition currently has no dedicated legal drafting staff to assist in decoding these complex changes, creating an unfair information monopoly, be it therefore resolved that the government considers mandating red line schedules, track changes as they're known, for every amending bill to be published on official portals when amendment bills are being gazetted.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to move this motion not in the spirit of division, but in the spirit of partnership. We all sit in this honorable House with one common purpose: to serve the people of the Cayman Islands to the best of our ability. I want to begin by acknowledging the government's own strategic policy statement for 2026 and 2028. The NCFC government has been very clear about its commitment to broad outcome 7, which is entitled Transparent Governance. This motion is not a challenge to that mandate. It is a tool to help the government achieve it. We are all on the same team when it comes to making the laws accessible to our people. Mr. Speaker, we've all been in a position where we are in committee stage, looking at a bill that says delete subclause A and substitute subclause B. And even for those of us who live and breathe legislation, it can be a bit of a maze. We saw a very human moment recently during the debate on the immigration bill. A minister, with total honesty, admitted that the sheer complexity of a document made it difficult to translate into layman's terms. Mr. Speaker, that wasn't the failing of the minister. It was the failing of our outdated system. By providing a red line document, we aren't just helping the public, we are helping the ministers and all members of this honorable House. We are giving them the tools to explain their vision clearly and accurately to the public without getting lost in the technical code of drafting. Mr. Speaker, let us look at the on-the-ground reality for our constituents. When we pass an amendment without a red line, we are essentially sending our small business owners and our citizens on a scavenger hunt. Many of them feel that they have to hire a lawyer just to find out what a 3-word change means for their business. In a time when we are all concerned about the cost of living and cost of doing business, we should not be imposing what I called a complexity tax on our people. Providing a red line document costs this House almost nothing in terms of technology, but it saves our constituents thousands of dollars in legal fees and countless hours of frustration. Mr. Speaker, this initiative aligns with the international best practices for regulatory transparency as recommended by the OECD, which notes that readable legislation reduces the cost of doing business. Mr. Speaker, we often look to other jurisdictions for guidance, but here is an opportunity for the Cayman Islands to take the lead. While other territories may be weighted down by centuries of archaic tradition, we are a modern, agile, and technology-advanced nation, and we'll continue to do so. By adopting mandatory redlining, we show the world and our own people that we aren't afraid of transparency. We show that we are a first-world jurisdiction that values the time and the intelligence of its citizens. Let us not wait for the others to innovate. Let the Cayman Islands set the standard for the Commonwealth. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that this motion is an olive branch of working together yet again. It is a request for us to modernize together, all members of Parliament. It is about moving from shadow legislation to sunlight legislation. If we vote for this today, Mr. Speaker, we are voting for a win. We aren't voting for a win for the opposition. We are voting for a win for the government and every member of Parliament. A win for the civil service, and most importantly, a win for the people of the Cayman Islands. Let us make this law, let's make the law human readable. Let us show our people that there is elected members of Parliament and their government are truly open, truly transparent, and truly theirs. Mr. Speaker, I commend this motion to this Honourable House.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his motion, and I rise to briefly set out the government's acceptance and support for the motion. As the member for Georgetown Central will know, having been a minister, this is not new. It has been, you use my words carefully, because we love legal drafting. We can't read, we can't be here without them. But we do know that we are grapple with having to read an amendment bill. Even those of us who have a legal education, or even those of us who've been in Parliament for a very long time, it is still somewhat cumbersome to read between amendment bills and if there's an amendment on the amendment bill. So I thank the member because he knows there has been an internal discussion about this for years, but in highlighting his olive branch, I also want to extend one in return to show this is how Parliament evolves. because by the member filing the motion, what it motivated was us on the government side to go to the AG and First Legislative Council and say, look, we know we agree on the government side. So we're not going down to Parliament to have some kind of halfway answer when we know we agree. So we need to flush this issue out now. So the motion, thank you, member for Georgetown Central, helped bring the issue to a head. And this is why we support it. So we are going to work and also bear in mind the load the legislative drafting has. We've worked with the Attorney General's chambers that they'll identify one individual who can then train the ministries, because they're really the ones tracking the stakeholder consultation and the drafting, to then be able to provide the software tool and the tutelage to be spread out among the ministries to make it even more efficient. So by the time now each ministry that's at the coal face of consultation would then be able to provide the resource, help members, and help the public with red line copies. So the motion from our standpoint is accepted. We'll put the resources and the training in place because it not only helps every single one of us, it also helps the public. And I'd like to pick up on the point that the member for Georgetown Central said. This is an opportunity for Cayman to show it's innovating. So although you could look around and say, well, I don't see it happening in that jurisdiction, they don't do red lines, they don't do red lines, but since there's nothing wrong with this, since it would make the process more efficient, let us take the lead, and you may be surprised who might then adopt the practice after us. So thank you to the member. This is a great continuing way to work across the aisle and be more efficient and be more collaborative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, would the member like to exercise his right to reply?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Short and sweet, I just want to say thank you to all members for their tacit support, and thank the Honourable Premier for his representation on behalf of his members and all the other independent members for their support on this bill. I think this will truly embrace and redefine transparency and understanding and allow members of the public to participate further in our democracy. I want to say to the Premier that we understand that with this new transition and the government's commitment to taking this away to formulate it with the pressures that they have, it may take some time, not only once you get there, but the very first time to procedurally how we get accustomed to how it works. When I just heard you say training of each ministry, that I can see may be a little bit of time. So I want you to know from today that there's going to be the necessary patience for you to deliver this, that we can be the leaders of our jurisdiction eventually. So with that being said, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you for their support, and I look forward to a better transparent process of legislating for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question now is, be it therefore resolved that the government consider mandating red line schedule tracking changes for every amending bill to be published on official portals when amendment bills are being gazetted. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. The ayes have it. Private member's motion number 5 is duly passed.
Private member's motion number 4 of 2025-2026. National Public Safety for Mask Wearing. To be moved by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, and seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown North.
Member for Georgetown Central and Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move private member's motion number 4 of 2025-2026, entitled National Public Safety for Mask Wearing. Mr. Speaker, the motion reads as such. Whereas the Cayman Islands have experienced a concerning surge in armed robberies involving perpetrators utilizing a total mask culture to conceal their entire head and facial structure, creating a climate of fear across all districts and 3 islands. And whereas during the Finance Committee on November 18, 2025, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Kurt Walton, confirmed that these extensive coverings weaken the national surveillance and facial recognition technology and policy strategy. And whereas it is necessary to distinguish between criminal concealment and legitimate medical or occupational necessity. Mr. Speaker, just for the benefit of the Honourable House, I'll read that again.
Take your time, take your time.
And whereas it is necessary to distinguish between criminal concealment and legitimate medical or occupational necessity. The morning has been long already. Be it therefore resolved that this Honourable Parliament calls upon the Government to consider amendments to all relevant legislations to 1. Restrict public mask wearing, prohibit the use of non-medical masks and total head coverings in all public spaces, neighborhoods, and commercial establishments nationwide. 2. Define medical exemptions, establish clear provisions for individuals with documented medical disabilities or health conditions requiring a standard of visibility that allows for health protections without facilitating total anonymity. 3. Preserve occupational PPE. Maintain exemptions for workers, gardeners, construction, etc., strictly within the parameters of their job sites. And 4. Urgency of action. Treat this as a matter of national importance.
Is there a seconder? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second private member's motion number 4 of 2025-2026, National Public Safety for Mask Wearing.
The motion has been moved and seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover of the motion wish to speak thereto? Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer contributions to the private member's motion number 4 that I just read out, entitled The National Public Safety for Mask Wearing. I want to begin by saying to my colleagues on the government benches, again, I do not bring this motion to this Honourable House as a point of political friction. I bring this as a matter of urgent national necessity. The safety of our people, from the streets of West Bay to the end of Cayman Spot Bay, it is a responsibility that we all share, regardless of where we sit in this honourable chamber. Mr. Speaker, we must be honest about the reality on the ground. The Cayman Islands has recently experienced, particularly around the Christmas period, a concerning surge in armed robberies. We are seeing a total masking culture, where perpetrators utilize full head and facial covering to hide their identity. This has created a climate of fear that touches every district across all 3 islands. We all remember when masks were a symbol of a community caring during the COVID-19 pandemic. But today, Mr. Speaker, that same culture is being exploited by those who wish to do us harm. When a person can walk into a commercial establishment with their entire head and facial structure concealed without question, we have a security gap that is being exploited. This isn't just an observation from the opposition side, I'm sure. It is a fact confirmed by our law enforcement leadership. During the Finance Committee on November the 18th of last year, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Kirk Walton, confirmed that these extensive head coverings significantly weaken our national surveillance and facial recognition technology, our CCTV systems. Mr. Speaker, the government has invested millions of dollars into the state-of-the-art CCTV and policing strategies. Yet, as the Commissioner has confirmed, those tools are being rendered nearly useless when a perpetrator's identity is entirely obscured. We are effectively asking the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service to fight crime with one hand tied behind their back, and I think that is unfair to the service. This motion does not call for a blind or insensitive ban, Mr. Speaker. We recognize there is a necessary distinction to be made between criminal concealment and legitimate medical or occupational needs, and as a other colleague brought to my attention, even religious needs. Our proposal asks the government to consider amendments that, 1, restrict public masking, to prohibit non-medical masks and total head coverings in public spaces and commercial establishments. 2, define medical exemptions. We must protect those with documented health conditions, Mr. Speaker. We're calling for a standard of visibility that allows for health protection without facilitating total anonymity. Preserve the occupational PPE, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that our gardeners, our construction workers, and our laborers can continue to wear protective gear, but strictly within the parameters of their job sites, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion, again, like the last two, are pretty straightforward. And I'm appealing to the government to treat this as a matter of national importance. This is an opportunity for us to work together again. Let us make this be 3 times in a row. The community is looking for us to be leaders. They want us to know that when they walk into a bank or a grocery store, that they're not vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, forgive me, I need a cup of coffee this morning. Let me read that over. Or this afternoon, that's what happened. My timing is out of the loop. The little minister from Cayman Brock is offering me some coffee. You don't get rid of that name, Bobo. I gotta make sure of that. The community is looking for us to be leaders. They want to know that when they walk into a bank or a grocery store, that they're not in a vulnerable position because of outdated and vague regulations. Let us refine the Police Act and our public health regulations together as all members of Parliament, opposition and government. Let us give the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service the legislative clarity that they need to challenge someone wearing full-face mask in high-risk areas without legitimate reason. They can't be just walking around scaring people as they're doing now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, safety is the foundation of Cayman's economy and Caymanian way of life. If we lose our reputation as a safe jurisdiction, we lose everything. We lose who we are as Caymanians. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this motion. Let us stand and send a clear message that the Cayman Islands will not be a playground for mass criminals. We will protect our businesses, and we will protect our residents. And we will restore the peace that our three islands deserve. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I move this motion to be accepted by the members of this House.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We might get a three-pointer. I rise to accept and support the motion on behalf of the government. Instinctively, Mr. Speaker, all of us as Caymanians, as soon as you read the motion, know that mask wearing is not us. Outside of if you're doing it for some sort of sporting activity, which is rare, it's just not us. And when you walk into a facility, it's jarring. Even, and I'm not saying they're doing anything wrong, so I'm going to choose my words carefully, but I'm just giving you the human reaction. Even if you have a mobile car wash that comes to your house and you look out the door, you look and ring and they got a mask, you don't know. Now, that just happened to be my guy, but I didn't know. So I almost didn't open the door because it's just unnatural in our society. So, the government accepts and supports it. When we caucused about it, we, not knocking the motion, it advanced a legitimate issue, but there were a couple of things we thought about that might also have to be added as carve-outs and conditions, whether it be on religious grounds, the national security matters to consider, matters of proportionality on human rights. But the general point remains. We agree with the foundation. We're going to work with Attorney General Chambers and Commissioner to find a method and a manner in which to do this so that it's not unnecessarily challenged. And that will include consultation with the opposition. But at the end of the day, I think that there's broad agreement and support that legalese aside, the country is rejecting full face covering unless you have some legitimate ground, because we do not feel safe. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that there will be any large debate other than for us to work together to get this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Honourable Minister of Tourism and Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak on this. And I also like to thank the member from Georgetown Central for bringing this to the House. This is long overdue, sir. How many days do we travel on our roads and we see motorbike riders going down the road with no helmet, but they're all masked up, gloved up, everything. No license, nothing. How can we tell anything to the police if we have no identity? We don't know if it's a male or a female on that motorbike, much less. I look at it. And also, from the domestic and the tourism side, when our visitors come here, the good member from Georgetown Central, we just had a discussion outside. We need not only to make our people feel safe, but our visitors who come to our shores, we need to make sure that they're protected and they feel safe. It's a very balanced proposal that has been put forward. We talk about religion, we talk about health, and we talk about industries. I myself, when I go fishing, I got to try to wear a mask because I got to tend the skin. And I need to be careful because they're running out of things to cut out of me right now. But he has been, clear provisions to make sure that we're all taken care of. But the number one thing that we always must remember is the safety of our people and our country and those who visit. Whatever we can do to help the police and being able to identify these people, which just will only be a start in the right direction. But I just want to let him know he has my full support, and I have nothing else to say on this matter, but good luck and let's keep Cayman Islands safe.
Minister of Planning.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, first off, oh man, I'm going to be good today. Mr. Speaker, Minister from Eastern want me to say things that I shouldn't say. Mr. Speaker, I just want to stand up here today and thank the member for Georgetown Central for bringing this motion. The last sitting of House, it was something that I mentioned that we need to bring a motion, and I encouraged him at that time to bring a motion. So he's a good fella, and brought that as he was told to bring. So, in the good spirit, he knows that I fully support it. Mr. Speaker, just this morning on my way to town, I passed about 4 or 5 people along the road, riding bicycle, raking somebody's yard or cleaning somebody's yard with a full face mask on, or whether they want to say it's a t-shirt on their face, 7 o'clock in the morning, but yet they said it's hot sun that half the time they're complaining about. Go get a sombrero. Go get something else to put on. Right? Go get a Cayman Touch hat. Since some of them don't understand what a sombrero is. But, Mr. Speaker, this has become a serious problem. It has actually brought in crime into the areas because, as the Premier mentioned, there are people that are coming to your yard that you don't realize anymore. Nobody can come to my yard, whether they're washing a vehicle or raking a yard or doing nothing with a mask on. It has to come off. And I'm telling you, I've seen it too much in Cayman Kai. Every yard I go to down there, I've seen it happen, and the people don't know who is in the yard. The cameras can't pick them up, and when somebody come back and rob, we don't know who from Peter from Paul. So we need to make sure, but I'm hoping that in the wrap-up also that we talk about what are going to be the punishments when we start to catch people with this. What are the fines for this? That is what we need to deep dive into. Not making sure this is just another slap on the wrist. We need to encourage people that they know that it's not going to happen. We're taking it very serious. Whether you're riding a bicycle, or the Deputy Premier talk about whether it's a he or she on a motorbike, he don't know because they're crossing his house so fast. But he'll have to get out there one day and try to figure it out. But hopefully, he'll be able to tell no whether it's a he or she because they won't be able to wear the T-shirt around their face anymore. It is becoming a norm, and some of our people are just passing people by and just walking across, and we don't know who they are anymore. I don't understand why people have to put on a full face mask. Now, we understand there's times when people are sick, they need to wear their regular mask like what we did in COVID. We had that. But a full face mask that covers you, that nobody can actually even be able to see your eyes sometimes, is not needed. We've seen recently, matter of fact, I think this is where this came up when we first started, when actually, right after that last sitting of Parliament, we had a robbery in town, where the 2 men walked right in, masked up, with a T-shirt on their face. If we actually had this in place, those 2 men might not be able to walk down the road from wherever they were coming from as normal people. Because everybody probably saw them all on the road and they didn't pay them no mind because they had on a mask, everybody was so used to seeing it until they decided to do a robbery. But now this will be able to stop. So I thank you, member for Georgetown Central. Thank you for bringing this forward. As we said, we don't have to beat this to the cows come home or anything else, like what we did last night. This one, I think everybody is supported. And I can guarantee you, sir, this will make a big change, and we will start to see the way of crime starting to fall down, because those people that are doing bad will not be able to hide behind this anymore. Will not be behind. So let us think now of what the penalties is going to look like. Is it going to be a 1, 2, 3 strike policy if you get caught doing it? Is it going to be a $300 fine when you're doing it? Is it going to be a $500 fine? What is it? What are the penalties going to look like when they go forward? So Speaker, on that, I just want to say I fully support it, but I would love to hear more on how we're going to enforcement of it and the penalty side of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to also lend my support to the motion. When we first started to discuss the motion, without casting my eyes on it, the first thought I had was face mask for medical purposes, but then when I realized that was excluded, very supportive. For me, what I'm happy about from the medical standpoint is that wearing face mask for medical purposes has sort of become normalized. You'll see people wearing them on the airplane. If somebody's got the cold, they'll wear one, but you clearly can see and identify who those individuals are. On behalf of the people of West Bay Central, I am very supportive on their behalf because we have been impacted from individuals who come into our constituency with those T-shirts around their face and choose to rob the little wayside stores. And not just West Bay Central, West Bay on a whole, out by the four-way stop. So, Mr. Brian, thank you. Clearly, I'm not feeling well today. Sorry, member for Georgetown Central. Thank you for the motion, and I will be lending my support.
Member for Cayman Brack and Little Cayman, Cayman Brack West and Little Cayman.
Hey. What you said, a sweet little one from Little Cayman? All right. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let me just be quick because I know everybody's eager. Seems like everybody on this side got their coffee, and I did try to share some with my good friend earlier. But this is a very easy motion for me to support, Mr. Speaker, as the Premier said, especially observing the behavior, the emerging and constant behavior of full face coverings around this country is unacceptable, especially considering the work of the Ministry of Home Affairs. We invest a significant amount of the people's money into the national CCTV system that we have around this country. Continue to invest, continue to deploy new cameras, expanding throughout Cayman Brack and moving into Little Cayman to secure our people, secure our communities. But all of that money goes to waste if we can't even identify who's frolicking and gallivanting around our streets. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I said I'd be brief. My cough is still not done. But the motion certainly has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all right. Even if you shorten it, that's fine, sir. Mr. Speaker, when I first saw the notification of the motion being filed, it was something that I've made up my mind that I was going to support. For far too long, Mr. Speaker, we have seen this build up, and there is obviously a direct link to these mass wearing and the amount of increase in crimes that we've seen around the country. Mr. Speaker, East End is no different from the rest of this country. I've seen an increase in our people wearing these masks, covering their faces. In the middle of the day, at 12 o'clock, when the sun is out bright, and there's no reason for it to happen. And when I pass someone and see them wearing a mask, of course, I'm obviously going to start thinking negatively about what they may have on their mind and what they're intending to do. And Mr. Speaker, we've had some burglaries. We've had the theft of vehicles and stuff. And what has been common is that they say they are seeing people around those times wearing masks walking through the district. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, I support this motion wholeheartedly because we need to do something. We cannot not sit idly by anymore, sir. Thank you.
Member for Westby West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to quickly add my support to this motion. It's one that we have needed for a while, and I just want to commend the member for Georgetown Central for taking the initiative to bring this forward. I know that this has been spoken about, but it's so very, very necessary. I mean, we have been elected as a group of legislators to do what is right, and this is one of the things that is very, very right and necessary right now for our country. I would say that if you intend to walk the streets of the Cayman Islands, if you intend to live here, then you should be able to show your face. I would say that it is known that most people that a lot of people that walk around with face coverings are not doing it just for the sake of having on a face covering, but most times you associate that with something wrong that they want to do. They're doing it for the wrong reasons and to cover up something that they've done that is not acceptable, not right. And as the members have said already, we have seen such an increase in crime and criminal activity in our society through these masks. I mean, before COVID, 111 you would see wearing a mask. But since then, it's like that has given people a license, a general license to be able to wear these. And even if it's 6 o'clock in the morning that they come to cut your yard, there's no sun out at 6 o'clock in the morning, and yet they want to have on a mask. You come to answer your Ring camera, and they don't even have the respect to say take it off when they come to your door, sometimes to just ring your doorbell. That is unacceptable. We are living in the Cayman Islands. You know, we are not living in a country in the Middle East where these things are acceptable. That is not acceptable for the Cayman Islands. And as a representative for Westby West, I just want to let my people know that I am standing up, that this is unacceptable, and that we are not going to stand any longer and have our stores robbed and our businesses vandalized in the Cayman Islands because we didn't put our foot down and say enough is enough. And we are going to stand up for you and with you and say this is unacceptable. And thank you again, member, for bringing this, and we fully support this going forward. And I also want to agree with my colleague, Minister Jay, Minister for East End, from East End. Sorry, North Side. I must be almost like needs coffee myself. But if I drink that this time, I won't sleep tonight, so I can't go down that route. I have to get a little bit of sleep. Tomorrow is a big day for us. But I also want to drive home the point as well, that not only are we going to leave it here and make the motion and see that it comes into effect, but those penalties for that has to be stiff, has to be a serious deterrent, and we are going to ensure that that happens. Thank you again, everyone.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, the one thing that has been delightful about today is that our plea for camaraderie and us working together yesterday is already bearing fruit. It's already bearing fruit. It's already bearing fruit. And I must say that although the Minister of Supply and I had a brief meeting outside the chamber, we were still listening to the debate, and I did say to him that, you know, it was good to hear so much camaraderie in the chamber because our constituents deserve this. All of us 10 months ago went to the polls and we had some healthy debate, competition, campaigning to earn the right to represent our people. As has been mentioned, since the COVID pandemic, it seems as though, literally, you cannot traverse Earth roads and not cross at least one person fully masked. It seems as though you just cannot. And this not only poses a huge public risk, as has been mentioned, this is a culture that we want to stomp out. You see, these sorts of things start with small little infractions. The road, the slippery slope toward lawlessness, very rarely starts with people brandishing guns in the street or walking around with it in their waistband. It starts with these small little infractions and these little small cultural nuances that shift how a community expects its citizens to behave. Absolutely right, member from Bontown West. It is that broken window syndrome. It is that syndrome that you accept a building and that we just break one window and it's not a big deal and nobody pays any attention to it, nobody cares, nobody reports it. The society then says, let's just leave it alone. And then all of a sudden, 10 years later, you wind up with a ghetto-like neighborhood. We have to set a very high standard for our country because that's what all of us, I believe, can unequivocally join voices and say, when we project out where we want the Cayman Islands to be in 5-10 years' time, it is built brick by brick. And this is one of those things that we need to remove because this has no place in nation building. A few weeks ago, I was at a gas station, middle of the day. Young man walks, rides up on a motorbike, jumps off, comes in, gets his stuff, walks out. Not a single person there could have assisted the police had he committed a crime, other than shade of skin and his height. Other than that, nothing. Because he had on his clothes, he had on a shirt that came down almost to his wrist and was fully garbed all the way into his neck area. And that cannot be the way in which we accept people to move and have their being in public places. And let us be clear what we're talking about. We're talking about people in public places and on our streets. The carve-outs, some have been added to in terms of medical reasons and whether you're on a job site. And I see it says in the parameters, I presume that means perimeters of the job site that they're on. So, as the Minister of Plahi has said, the key thing for us, for government to do, is to work closely with the opposition, because as we've all known as legislators, very rarely is there any perfect piece of legislation, but we need to work together to ensure that we harness all the views before we bring in a draft bill back here. Because small little things could be left out, and then we're back here again making amendment after amendment. I'm not saying we're going to get it perfect, but let's get it as close to by us all working together as we have today. Once we get a draft bill, we share it before we come down here, talk it through, ensure that it's the best possible product that we can produce, because we're doing this work, again, on behalf of our community. There are going to be some people in some quarters who are potentially going to resist any exclusions on religious grounds. I'm going to take the lead of the member from Red Bay, which is, he called on us last night, let us make sure that when we're debating, we put everything in the open. And let's be honest about that as colleagues. We're going to get that resistance, colleagues. We have a constitution. We have a constitution that protects people's religious freedoms. We have to accept we have Caymanians who practice other religions. Because some people seem to have this misconception that there's no Caymanian that practices any other religion. I have a person that graduated with me from high school. I've known him since we were about 11 years old. Good friends with him. He's a Muslim. So I must pass legislation in here and discriminate against him and his family? I'm not going to do it. So we have to think through some of the things, some of the barriers and the challenges we may have with this. That, I think, is one small one that we may have. But colleagues, let's just do what's right. Let's do what's right for all of our people. And when I say all of our people, it must be all of our people, and ensure that any exclusions we have are for legitimate reasons, well thought out. Other than that, a total ban. And we must put a serious penalty regime in place. We have to put a serious penalty regime in place. We have seen the evidence, and we don't need any study. We don't need any criminologist. We don't need any psychologist. We don't need anyone to tell us there is a definitive connection between masking up and being brazen enough to commit crimes, certainly in fashions that you otherwise would not have even attempted them. And so for me, just that connection is enough to lend my wholehearted support. Let us just get on with the business. Let us ensure that we get the drafting instructions. Let's get the Hansards to the drafting team so they can capture the essence of this debate, and let's get on with the work of the people. I congratulate the mover and seconder of the motion, and I commend it to the entire House.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to start off by congratulating my good friend from Georgetown Central for bringing this motion to the Parliament today. The funny thing, Mr. Speaker, is that if memory serves me right, I think it was around the middle of December, probably around the 16th or 17th of December, I think it was, when the member for Georgetown Central and I spoke about this motion. And I believe it was right after the robbery in town. As I listened to the Honourable Minister from Northside speak about the penalties, I remember having a conversation with one of my constituents when the video was going viral. And he actually could tell, based on the mannerism, who the person was. And I think he actually did report it to the police. Unfortunately, the person already had left the jurisdiction and was gone. And I remember having a conversation with the person, and it was like he even knew who he worked for and everything about the guy. And he's like, he was surprised the guy was still on the island because his employer had nothing for him to do. And when we're talking about penalties, I mean, these are some of the things. But, Mr. Speaker, we have also got to accept that we do have people on this island that have a legal right to be here. And in some cases, the people who have taken out a permit for them have no work for them. And I think this is one of the things that we need to start looking at. And one of the simplest ways is pension contribution. I mean, the law requires everyone to be paying a monthly pension. And if you see a person who's on a work permit and there are no pension payments coming in, granted, I know that some positions are exempt now, don't get me wrong. From that standpoint, if you see pension is being paid and a person's on a work permit, that should be an immediate red flag in terms of what is this person doing here kind of thing. I mean, equally is the same thing with health insurance and everything else. So there are means in place to see where we have productive members of society versus unproductive members. And we already have challenge enough as it is for us to basically be opening the doors to people, non-nationals, who basically have nothing to do and literally hanging out on the island looking for opportunities. Opportunities are reserved for people who are Cayman Islands, just as simple as that. So I am glad that the member for Georgetown Central brought this issue. And I am glad that the member for Northside also talked about penalties. But one of the things, again, Mr. Speaker, which I think the Honourable Minister of Finance touched on in this debate, is the little nuances that we start seeing building up. I mean, the member from Savannah is well documented for our issue on littering. But there are certain things that are very Caymanian. There are some things that are un-Caymanian. And how you keep your homes, how you keep your yards and so forth are certain things that we as a people literally pride ourselves on. And the minute we start seeing these things chip away, as the Honourable Minister of Finance said, at some point it becomes the norm. And this is one of the things that we need to accept, or accept that should never become norm. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, going into my third term, I'm impressed. There are certain dogmatic views that I had as a young parliamentarian coming in. You know, for the parliament to start on time, as you pride yourself on. I still remember my very first time sitting inside this parliament. Just before parliament started, I would sit here. And I remember getting a call. What are you doing inside there? You need to go outside. I'm like, for? Opposition don't form quorum. That's a government job. When they got a quorum, opposition go in. Yes, Mr. Roy, you look up. That's why your meetings used to start so late sometimes, because the government had to get their 10 members there. But those were the norms. And as I look around this parliament, Mr. Speaker, and see parliament starting on time, things like that can't happen unless there is a certain behavior by all members where we say, you know what, we're going to be inside there, we're going to get the 10, and we're going to start. And I just sit back and say, okay, well, this is not a new parliament. And we talk about parliament sovereignty and so forth. It just as a reminder to me that I can't take the habits of Parliament 2017 to 21, Parliament 21 to 25. I can't bring it in Parliament 25 to 29. It's a new group. It's a new breed. I remember having a conversation, even the Minister of Finance, in terms of even committees. There was a belief before that a committee was where you send things to die. Now you have a situation where people are willing to work together now at a committee level. And I have to say, you know what? I have to take an open approach. I have to take an open-minded approach. So as we adjust our mindset, Mr. Speaker, in terms of mask wearing and everything else, it's also a time for us to look at what else we need to adjust ourselves on. This is just but one. So I'm happy the member for Georgetown Central brought this. I'm happy that he opened the door, bless you. But also it's an opportunity for us to also look at other things that was acceptable before, and we make sure we kind of nip it in the bud to make sure it does not become the norm. Because it is chipping away bit by bit by bit. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close with a story I remember clearly when I was going to school in New York, where there was a drop in the crime rate in New York. I mean, and everyone was trying to figure out what triggered the drop in the crime rate. You know, Juliana was the mayor, was taking credit for everything. And there was a group of think tank that they had put together. And the stories was actually featured in a book already also. And the think tank came up and said that the drop in the crime rate in New York was because of a woman by the name of Norma McCorvey. And everybody was like, who? Norma McCorvey, I think something like that. And it turns out, Mr. Speaker, that Norma McCorvey was what they call a white trailer type, whatever, person from Texas. She had 2 or 3 children before the state took them away, and she was pregnant with she had 2 children before, I think, and she was pregnant with a 3rd child. And she wanted an abortion. Now, in the state of Texas, abortion was illegal, and she decided to challenge the law. For court purposes, they changed her name to Jane Roe, and the person who represented the state of Texas was the Dallas District Attorney, Henry Wade. That's the famous Roe v. Wade case. And they went through and they look at all the analysis. And I mean, they started backing this up with some statistics. Not that I'm making a case for abortion now, that I don't want anyone even to think I'm going that route. But I remember in our political science classes, we start looking at that same issues and start looking at things that happen. When you look at a criminal, they don't start today. You go back to the first 7, 8, 9, 12 years of that child's life, and you see the environment, you see where that risk is and so forth. And we have gone through many of this from Yolanda Ford report and everything else, where we have seen so many different things. But it is about catching things from early, nipping things from early, and dealing with it from early. You know, yesterday I think the immigration debate brought out a lot. We were talking about, you know, people making decisions based on information at the time. You know, today, lawmakers of 50 years ago did not have the information that we have today at our fingertips. So we should not be making the same mistake. So it is timely that we revisit these things. COVID may have just only been 6 years ago. Hard to believe that, you know, COVID was in 2020, here we are in 2026, and we're still remembering COVID. But again, 6 years ago is 6 years ago. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the member for bringing it. And it has stimulated our minds in terms of not just looking at robberies itself, but overall way of life and other things. And I think it's just a time for us to use this opportunity to look at other things that maybe need to be fixing, especially like even the later laws. I mean, people with derelict vehicles, people doing all kind of stuff in their neighborhoods that they shouldn't be doing, parking up cars, parking up this, rats breeding, all that kind of stuff. So it's an opportunity for us to look at other things also. So my friend from Georgetown Central, thank you for stimulating my thoughts. I want to thank the member from Northside for kind of inspiring me, because actually listening to him is actually what made me want to get up to speak on this motion more than anything, and also from the Minister of Finance from that standpoint. So that, Mr. Speaker, is my contribution, and I support this motion. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Would the mover of the motion like to exercise his right of reply? Member for Georgetown Central and Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 strikes. 3 in a row, not strikeouts. Hat trick. I'm a basketball guy. I don't know. I like the three-pointer one. Three-pointer. Today is a good day, Mr. Speaker. Not only for this particular motion, where I'll have some comments on, but in my closing up on this motion, I want the listening audience to see that there's a change in culture in the way we do governance, the way we represent. And personally for me, Mr. Speaker, I'm tired of fighting. I didn't get into politics to be a warrior, even though I can be. I want to get solutions. So from yesterday and today, I feel rather positive about partnerships from all sides, from the opposition, independent opposition members, to the government, to each minister. Even that personal conversation, myself and the Honourable Minister of Immigration and Cayman Employment, I think there's a good spirit of we can do this way better. We have a lot of issues in this country that we need to face, and all of our minds together on this would be so much better for all of us to fix. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the Honourable Leader of Opposition for seconding the motion. I want to thank my colleagues in the official opposition for supporting me to bring this motion to the House. I want to thank all members of Parliament who have given their support verbally or tacitly. I am happy to know that we will start to address some of these things. I just want to say that in respect to the Honourable Minister's concern about having to bring penalties and fines. The good news about this motion, the motion asks for government to consider. And in those principles, the government themselves will have control over what the outcome of this motion will be finalized. They will have the ability to do the necessary tweaks, expansions, exemptions that they feel fit and bring it back to Parliament, but I'm happy to know that they're in support of the spirit of it. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance concerns from the religious perspective and our constitutional obligations, so I don't think it would be a surprise to us here on this side if and when those reports and changes come to Parliament reflecting that. Mr. Speaker, I want to also talk to those persons who may, and I say this gently with a small g, who are probably genuinely covering themselves with no negative intentions. I don't want to assume that everybody that covers themselves up is a criminal. That's definitely not what I want. But I want the message to be sent to them that they need to understand human behavior. I cannot, I'm talking about my own experience. It is difficult for me not to feel weird, unsafe, uneasy. Is there something serious about to happen with a person fully covered and the only thing I see is their eyes like a ninja in the middle of the broad day next to a jewelry store? It's just not normal. Now you may feel, okay, I'm just covering myself up. It's harder, so I just came from work or I was just cutting some lawn, whatever. Unfortunately, your perceived comfort is reducing the quality of life for everybody else. So this is not an attack on you. You're just going to have to adjust, like the Honourable Minister said, buy a good old Cayman thatch hat. Do the same thing. But for those who are doing it for the wrong purposes, this is us saying to you, we're not going to live with that anymore. And for the business community who have had the devastating circumstances of being robbed and scarred, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what I would do if I was in a store and a person came in and robbed, and that experience, it could be done in 60 seconds. But you're scarred. You're scarred for life. Every time you see somebody come across, you probably get anxious. You probably don't want to leave your house for days. And our people shouldn't have to go through that. As the former Minister for Tourism, I really wish I could have. I understand that there was a visitor and the most daylight robbery, recent one around Christmas at the jewelry store. And I wanted to find that individual and apologize on behalf of the good people of this country for them to be left with that kind of memory of Cayman. That is not us. And this motion and the agreement of all of us in this House is sending the message that we will no longer stand for that. And I agree with members, this is the first step in many other steps of changing it. Without preempting a bill that is expected before the House tomorrow, you'll see us starting to address the littering. You hear about the broken window syndrome? I support that, because these are the small little tweaks. Yes, Minister, we all need that coffee, because I'm needing it now too. But again, today is a historical day, in my humble opinion, from a parliamentary perspective. I want to congratulate the Honourable Premier. Premier, the spirit of us working together, my leader speaking with you, even the other opposition members working in partnership through the break, the public don't see that. They don't see us gathering in the well to talk about it. They only see when the Honourable Minister of Finance pokes me and tries to get me riled up, and then tries to sing scriptures of the Bible at the end of his wrap-up to soften me again. So I want to say, again, thank you to all members for their support. This is a good day for Cayman. Let's keep them protected and continue to succeed together as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question now is, be it therefore resolved that this honourable Parliament calls upon the government to consider amendments to all relevant legislation to 1. Restrict public masking, prohibit the use of non-medical masks and total head coverings in all public spaces, neighbourhoods and commercial establishments nationwide. 2. Define medical exemptions. Establish a clear provisions for individuals with documented medical disabilities or health conditions requiring a standard of visibility that allows for health protection without facilitating total anonymity. 3. Preserve occupational PPE. Maintain exemptions for workers, gardeners, construction, etc., strictly within the parameters of their job site. 4. Urgency of action. Treat this as a matter of national importance. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 4 of 2025-26, National Public Safety for Mask Wearing, is passed.
Private members' motion number 11 of 2025-2026, motion to establish a Banking and Economy Standing Committee, to be moved by the elected member for Bordentown West and seconded by the Honourable Deputy Leader of Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central.
Member for Georgetown West. Sorry, member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, in the true spirit of camaraderie, and the member from Georgetown Central spoke about the discussions in the well earlier that would not have been caught on camera. After discussions with the Honourable Premier and the Honourable Minister of Finance, we agreed that some committees need to be set up, standing committees, to provide oversight. But we do recognize that there are some complexities in setting up these committees, and we have agreed to withdraw the next 3 motions that deal with the establishment of these committees. We'll meet after this session of Parliament and agree the committees that we should set up as for oversight, and we'll bring it back to the Honourable House to the next sitting. So with that, Mr. Speaker, not to jump ahead of your agenda, I would like to enter a motion or move a motion asking the private members, motion number 11, motion to establish a Banking and Economy Standing Committee. Private member motion number 12, motion to establish an Education and Human Services Standing Committee. And private member motion number 13, motion to establish Infrastructure and Housing Standing Committee, be withdrawn at this time.
Okay. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was the seconder. Okay. That will now be withdrawn. I support the members' bipartisan approach of withdrawal.
Okay. And just as one former president used to tell us on a regular basis a long time ago, just for belts and braces around it, I am going to put the vote for each motion separately, just so that it is recorded in the Hansard properly. So the motion is that private members number 11 of 2025-26, motion to establish a Banking and Economic Standing Committee, be withdrawn. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members motion number 11 of 2025-2026, motion to establish a Banking and Economic Standing Committee, has been withdrawn. The motion is that private members motion number 12 of 2025-26, motion to establish an Education and Human Services Standing Committee, be withdrawn. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members motion number 12 of 2025-2026, motion to establish an Education and Human Services Standing Committee has been withdrawn. The motion is that private members' motion number 13 of 2025-2026, motion to establish an Infrastructure and Housing Standing Committee, be withdrawn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 13 of 2025-2026, motion to establish an Infrastructure and Housing Standing Committee has been withdrawn. Next motion.
Private members' motion number 10 of 2025-2026, limiting social media for children under the age of 16. To be moved by the Honorable Deputy Speaker, elected member for Georgetown West, and seconded by the elected member for Red Bay.
Elected member for Georgetown West and Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move private members' motion number 10 of 2025-26, standing in my name, which reads, limiting social media for children under the age of 16. Whereas the government of the Cayman Islands has a duty to safeguard the welfare, mental health, and healthy development of children and young persons. And whereas a growing body of evidence indicates that intensive use of social media is associated with increased risks of anxiety, depression, sleep disruption, as well as cyberbullying, online exploitation, addictive behaviors, and exposure to age-inappropriate content, the scale of which presents population-level mental health concerns. And whereas children under the age of 16 are in a crucial stages of cognitive and social development, and evidence of potential harm from intensive social media use justifies precautionary age-based protections grounded in children's welfare principles. And whereas multiple jurisdictions, including Australia and several European and Asian nations, have either proposed or enacted legislation recognizing such measures as appropriation, child protection interventions, rather than limitations of freedom of expressions. And whereas this Honorable House recognizes the positive role of digital technologies in education, creativity, communication, and economic participation, and affirms that responsible digital technology use is compatible with strong child protection standards, and that these measures seek to delay rather than permanently deny access until an appropriate age and stage of cognitive maturity. Be it therefore resolved that the government considers the introduction of legislation to prohibit access to social media platforms by persons under the age of 16 within the Cayman Islands as a child protection and public health measure. And be it therefore resolved that the government considers that any such legislation should place primary responsibility for compliance, age verification, and enforcement on social media platforms operators, and not criminalize or penalize children or young persons. And be it therefore resolved that the government considers that social media platforms shall be defined as digital service for social interactions and content sharing, and shall exclude educational platforms, messaging services used primarily for private communication, essential service required for schools or public services. And be it therefore resolved that the government considers that the proposed framework shall include regulatory sanctions for non-compliant platforms, where ensuring safeguards for data privacy, user rights, and constitutional protection. And be it therefore resolved that the government considers accompanying the legislation with public education initiatives, including digital literacy programs for parents and accessible mental health resources for young people. And be it therefore resolved that the government considers that the legislation shall be subject to periodic review to ensure it is consistent with constitutional protections and remain consistent with human rights obligations and the principle of proportionality. And be it further resolved that the government consider commencing stakeholder consultation and legislative drafting without delay, recognizing the urgency of protecting children from and preventing preventable digital harm, and affirms that this resolution shall not be construed as an endorsement of censorship, surveillance, or content-based regulation, but as a child protection and public health measure grounded in evidence, proportionality, and the best interests of the child.
Is there a seconder? Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and seconded. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this honorable House, I rise today as a member of Parliament for Georgetown West to move a motion of urgent national importance that this honorable House enact legislation to prohibit the creation, possession, or operations of social media accounts by persons under the age of 16, and to impose enforceable statutory obligations on social media platforms operating within our jurisdiction to protect our children. This motion is not anti-technology, nor is it anti-progress. It is an attempt to reverse innovation. It is not an attempt to reverse innovation or to deny young persons access to the digital world. Rather, it is evidence-based response to a rapidly evolving public health and child protection crisis. It is a declaration that mental health, safety, and the development of our children must take precedence over the commercial interests and profit models of global technologies corporation. Mr. Speaker, when we refer to social media in this debate and in this context, it is essential that we are very precise. We are speaking of large-scale algorithms-driven user-to-user platforms that actively curate and amplify content for engagement. This includes, but are not limited to, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, X, Threads, and similar services. These platforms are not passive tools. They are highly engineered digital environments designed to maximize attention, emotional response, and time spent on the platform. Their algorithms are built to reward outrage, controversy, sexualized imagery, and social comparison, factors that are particularly harmful to developing minds. Mr. Speaker, the age of 16 is not arbitrary. It is a widely recognized legal and development milestone in many jurisdictions across the world. Scientific and medical research constantly shows that children and younger adolescents are neurologically and psychologically more vulnerable to peer pressure, reward-seeking behavior, and social validation. Their vulnerabilities are directly exploited by the design of modern social media platforms. International evidence underscores the scale of seriousness of this issue. Research cited by the United States Surgeon General indicates that up to 95% of adolescents engage with at least one social media platform with more than 1/3 reporting near constant use. The same advisory warns that social media has not been proven safe for children and adolescents and highlights clear association with anxiety, depression, sleep disruption, and exposure to harmful content. Mr. Speaker, closer to home, Caribbean nations face unique vulnerabilities. Our societies are small, closely connected, and highly digitally connected as well. Harmful content, cyberbullying, and reputational damage spread rapidly and are difficult to contain. UNICEF works across the Eastern Caribbean constantly, identifies cyberbullying, inadequate supervision, and exposure to harmful online behaviors are growing child protection concerns. Cyberbullying deserves particular attention. UNICEF reports that 1 in 3 young persons globally has experienced online bullying, and many have missed school as a direct result. Unlike traditional bullying, cyberbullying follows the child at home. It is relentless. It is public and permanent. Screenshots do not disappear. Videos do not forget. A moment of embarrassment can become a lifetime digital scar. Mr. Speaker, social media also presents serious risks of exploitation and grooming. Open messaging system, anonymous accounts, disappearing messages, and algorithm recommendations create pathways through which predators can access children with alarming ease. Education alone cannot counter this threat. General safeguards are required at this time. Equally troubling are the effects of social media on body image and self-worth. Platforms such as Instagram and TikTok promotes unrealistic and heavily edited portrayals of beauty, success, and lifestyle. Young users internalize these standards long before they have an emotional maturity to critically assess them, leading to anxiety, low self-esteem, and disordered behavior. Mr. Speaker, sleep deprivation and attention disruptions are additional consequences. Social media platforms are deliberately designed to be addictive, employ infinite scrolling, autoplay videos, variable rewards, and constant notifications. Adolescents require adequate sleep for brain development, emotional regulation, and academic success. Mr. Speaker, some may urge that social media can offer benefits, including connection and creativity. That may be true for some older adolescents and adults. However, the presence of limited benefits does not negate overwhelming evidence of harm to our younger users. We do not permit children to gamble, consume alcohol, or drive vehicles simply because some adults can do so responsibly. This honorable House should also note that the global community is moving decisively in this direction. Australia has enacted legislation prohibiting social media use for persons under the age of 16, placing responsibility squarely on platforms to enforce age restrictions. Several jurisdictions in the United States have introduced similar age-based restrictions and parental consent requirements. The United Kingdom has strengthened its online safety laws, mandating robust age assurance measures as well, and is looking to ban. Mr. Speaker, this motion proposes a clear and enforceable framework. First, it places the legal duty on social media companies, not parents alone, to prevent underage access. Second, it requires meaningful age verification and assurance measures that Second, it requires meaningful age verification and age assurance measures rather than simple self-declaration. Third, it incorporates app stores and device-level protection to support parents and guardians. Fourth, It establishes strong penalties, independent audits, and transparency reporting for non-compliance platform. Fifth, it provides for phased implementation, public education, and support for families and schools. Finally, it recognizes the need for positive alternatives, including youth programs, digital literacy education, and mental health services in an age-appropriate online environment. Mr. Speaker, this motion is about reclaiming childhood in this digital age. It is about drawing a clear line that says childhood is not a testing ground for unregulated technology. Our children deserve protection, not exploitation. We will now look at proportionality, Mr. Speaker, and what's in the best interest of the child. Mr. Speaker, any responsible legislator must consider not only whether to act, but whether its actions are proportionate, reasonable, and consistent with the best interest of the child. This motion meets this test. The principle of proportionality requires a measure pursue a legitimate aim that may be rationally connected to that aim, that it impair rights no more than is necessary, and that a fair balance be struck between individual rights and the public interest. This proposal satisfies each of those requirements. The legitimate aim is clear and compelling: the protection of children's mental health and safety, and the development in digital environments that have outpaced existing safeguards. The measure is rationally connected to that aim, as harm identified: cyberbullying, exploitation, addictive use, sleep deprivation, and psychological distress are disproportionately experienced by a younger user and are amplified by algorithm-driven social media platforms. This motion is narrow, targeted, and time-limited. It does not ban the internet. It does not criminalize children. It does not restrict access to education, information, or family communication. It applies only to high-risk commercial social media platforms, and only until the age of 16. Mr. Speaker, this Honorable House already accepts age-based restrictions in other areas of public policy. We prohibit children from purchasing alcohol, not because alcohol is inherently immoral, some may argue that, but because their developing bodies and brains are more vulnerable to harm. We prohibit children from gambling, not because adults cannot gamble responsibly, but because minors are more susceptible to addiction and financial loss. We prohibit children from driving motor vehicles, not because driving is wrong, but because the combination of speed, risks, and underdeveloped judgment creates unacceptable danger. Social media presents comparable, in some aspects greater, Mr. Speaker. Unlike alcohol, gambling, or driving, social media is constant and psychologically evasive. It follows the child into the home and the classroom and even into their sense of self. This proposal therefore aligns squarely with the best interests of the child. Acting in the child's best interests sometimes requires limiting access to environments that are not yet equipped to navigate safely, particularly when those environments are deliberately engineered to exploit development vulnerabilities. This is not control. It is responsible governance. Freedom growth with maturity, and this motion simply applies the long-accepted principle to the digital age. And now we have to seek, let's look at international evidence when it comes to adolescents, mental health, and digital harm, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion is grounded in not only observation, but in a growing credible international evidence based from leading global institutions charged with safeguarding children and adolescents. The World Health Organization has warned that adolescents' mental health is facing unprecedented pressure. In its most recent regional reporting, the World Health Organization Health Behavior in School Aged Children Study documents a significant rise in what is defined as problematic social media use among adolescents, increasing from 7% in 2018 to 11% in 2022. This category includes behavior such as loss of control, withdrawal symptoms, neglect of other activities, and continued use despite negative consequences. The World Health Organization further reports that more than 1/3 of adolescents are now in near constant online contact, with the highest level observed among 15-year-old girls. The organization has identified digital environments, including social media platforms, as emerging determinants of adolescents' mental health, and has called on governments to consider regulation responses where voluntary safeguards have proven insufficient. Mr. Speaker, UNICEF has likewise sounded the alarm. In a major international poll conducted across 30 countries, UNICEF found that 1 in every 3 young people reported being victims of online bullying. Alarmingly, 1 in 5 reported missing school as a direct result of cyberbullying or online violence. UNICEF has repeatedly emphasized that online harm is no longer secondary to the child's protection, but is now the central driver of educational disengagement, anxiety, and psychological distress. UNESCO has reached similar conclusion. Its global work on school violence and bullying confirms that cyberbullying now affects approximately 1 in 10 children worldwide, with higher prevalence among early adolescents. UNESCO reports that victims of bullying, including cyberbullying, are twice as likely to experience severe loneliness, sleep disturbance, and suicidal thoughts. These are not abstract harms. They are measurable and life-altering outcomes. Mr. Speaker, taking together the warning from World Health Organization, UNICEF, and UNESCO point to a clear conclusion. The current digital environment is not neutral for children and adolescents. It is an environment that amplifies vulnerability, intensifies social pressure, and exposes young users to harm at a scale and speed that existing safeguards have failed to control. This Honorable House would therefore be acting in line with international best practice and authoritative global evidence in taking proportionate legislative action to protect children during the most vulnerable stages of their development. Mr. Speaker, while international evidence is compelling, it is equally important that we examine what is happening within our community here in the Cayman Islands. Recent qualitative research conducted in 2024 provides important local insight on the relationship between adolescence and social media. This research, currently submitted for publication, was conducted by Dr. Chantel Bassoon, Felicia McLean, and Ms. Emily Kelly as part of the INSPIRE research program examining youth well-being in the Cayman Islands. One of the key findings of this research emerged in theme 5 of the analysis, which focused specifically on social media and its impact on young people. Participants in the study identified several recurring concerns associated with social media, including exposure to harmful content, screen time addiction, loss of motivation, body image pressures, and experiences of online cohesion. Mr. Speaker, these findings reflect the lived experience of our young people in this jurisdiction that we call home. Mental health challenges among adolescents in the Cayman Islands are becoming increasingly visible. This is demonstrated by the growing number of young people accessing services through Alex Place, the National Adolescent Mental Health Hub here in the Cayman Islands. In 2024 alone, approximately 265 young people sought support through Alex's Place, representing a record level of engagement with the youth mental health services. These are not abstract policy debates. These are Caymanian children presenting for real mental health support that requires intervention at this time. Practitioners working with these young people have reported that social media frequently emerges as a contributing factor in the presentation of anxiety, emotional distress, and in some cases, suicidal ideas. Mr. Speaker, the development science behind this vulnerability is well established. During early adolescence, the brain emotional centers are highly active, while the frontal and the prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for impulse control, emotional regulation, and analytical reasoning are still developing. From approximately the age of 16, these areas begin to be more effective. In other words, younger adolescents are neurologically less equipped to interpret and manage the intense social media pressures that are generated by algorithm social media platforms. Social media also has consequences beyond the individual child. Parents and educators increasingly report that online environments contribute to significant tension and conflict within parent-child relationships. Adolescence is already a period marked by emotional change and identity development. When social media becomes a constant surge of negotiation, secrecy, or conflict, it can deepen relational strain within the families. Mr. Speaker, clear national standards would not undermine parental authority. On the contrary, they would support parents by providing a consistent and a constant framework that help families navigate an issue that has become increasingly difficult to manage alone. In this sense, the proposed age restriction is not only a measure of child protection, but also a measure that supports healthier family relationships. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time, and I therefore commend this motion to this honorable House and urge all members, and I say all, to support this in the best interest of our children and future children and their future. And let's hit a home run.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can grant the lady member from Georgetown West a home run. I rise to accept the motion and support the motion on behalf of the government. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out, and I told the lady member this during the break, it's a brilliant motion. It is well researched, it is well outlined, and having heard her deliver it verbally, it was compellingly delivered. Wait, International Women's Day coming up. That's our colleague. Now, Mr. Speaker, it raises an issue that has all of the countries that I suspect were in this position, that you're grappling with trying to stay ahead of technology and keep up with innovation, but at the same time, how do you then implement and enact appropriate safeguards so you don't dissuade the technology, but you try to, as much as you can, mitigate harm. So being that we are wrestling with that, I think she has done a good body of work that we can learn lessons from jurisdictions and not have to reinvent the wheel, is what I got from your motion. Because we're wrestling with AI algorithms. And if you're not savvy enough to come out of your device, it shapes the way you think. My wife's Netflix account looks totally different than mine, and we're sharing the same account. So when I go into her profile, I'm like, I didn't even know they had them movies, because it's feeding her what she likes. And then she'll go into my profile, which throws her off, put it that way, or bores her if it goes into politics, that she didn't even know Netflix had those. So if you are not getting the tools and the social aids to know how to navigate that, it could send you down a rabbit hole and completely distort your thinking. And then you have the acute issue, which is very relevant to the Cayman Islands, of cyberbullying and its connection to youth mental health. This was a topic of conversation at CARICOM. We are not alone. Because it's one thing in our day where we got bullied in high school, and it is what it was, you passed the day. Some of the things you still remember when it was physical bullying. But the fact that it can stay online forever, even as young as the nice little one from Little Cayman says he is, we have not gone through that stage in our development that our young people are going through and grappling with now. So we cannot blame them for feeling the pressure of youth mental health. So that means, sorry, I heard that. I did give you an apology yesterday. I know. It does mean, and I think this is also part of what I heard in the motion, that we are going to have to combine this legislative and policy with actual interactions with our youth. And there was another thing that came up at CARICOM, is us finding more in small countries for things for the youth to actually do physically, which will be no surprise as I sit down. You will hear from the Minister of Education, you will hear from the Minister of Health, you will likely hear from the Minister for Youth and Sports, because we're going to have to find other physical activities to draw them out while we grapple with these safeguards, which is why not only just do it for exercise, I play pickleball. Because it's not just the physical activity, it's the camaraderie that happens down at the pickleball court. So whether it's basketball for you, whether it's cricket, whether it's football, it's the fellowship and the engagement. So I do it more so for mental health than physical health. And if that is us in our third quarter age, you and I in the third quarter. You prime? You could only imagine as when your mind is now being shaped and developed under 16. So I think the last point I will convey, since we have the home run, since we have the vision of working collaboratively, the next step out of leaving from this parliament is to turn our feeling of kumbaya into action. And really sit down and start working across the aisle. So the next time we come to the House, it won't be just a feeling that's in the air. We will have solid deliverables to our people that we can honestly stand up and say, we worked on together. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll allow the other ministers and members to chime in. But it is, again, it bears repeating, a brilliant motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Premier, Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard today 3-pointers, hat tricks, and home runs. But remember from Georgetown, West, I gave something, Betty hit a grand slam. Okay? You know, I look at my fellow member for culture. The other one down from the east. Member from East End. And we keep talking about our culture and our heritage. But every time you see kids, they're always on the phone. They need to get outside and find out what Cayman has to offer. Get some maiden plum on you. Get some cowitch. No, man. They need to grow up like how we grew up. Take some licks and enjoy what this country has. The stuff that they're exposed to in these phones. You can't go to the movie and see a rated R movie unless you're 18 or over. But they're getting it here all day long. It's about time that parents become accountable for their children and help raise them and stop giving them this access that is really destroying a lot of the fabric that we have in our homes today. Because it's also an excuse for the kids to spend time away from their family. There's no interaction. You go to dinner, they're on their phones. They're ordering on their phones. But then after that, they continue to be on their phones. Only God knows what they're seeing. You know, my children, they didn't get phones until they were 15 years old. And they didn't have what we have today. There was no TikTok back then either, or whatever they watch. But I guess I'm guilty because I probably on Instagram more than them right now as well. But I just want to thank the member from Georgetown West for bringing this. It is long overdue, and it's time that we come together and protect our children and put some limitations in and hold them to it. Thank you.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pride and honor to get up and offer a few words on private members' motion number 10 of 2025-2026, limiting social media for children under the age of 16, brought to us, Mr. Speaker, by the honorable member from Georgetown West, and I'm sure you are proud as your deputy speaker, the way she researched her first motion in this House, the way she crafted it, the way she articulated it. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you firsthand the amount of work that she put into this, the amount of research she has done, but we all heard it in her debate. This is all at the same time representing the people of Georgetown West at her very best ability, launching programs such as West Work Wednesdays, where she spends the entire day out meeting with her constituents, going from door to door. Mr. Speaker, she has not forgotten her entire community because she also continues to visit most of the schools in Grand Cayman, the high schools in particular, delivering motivational and leadership presentations, and in particular to the young women, encouraging them to pursue excellence and leadership similar to what she demonstrated here today. Mr. Speaker, as you also know, she plays a central role, is playing a central role in launching the Commonwealth Women Parliamentary Association branch here in the Parliament tomorrow. So all across the board, she's working for her community and representing this Parliament and making us all proud. Mr. Speaker, there's not much more that can be said about the motion. I agree with the Honorable Deputy Premier. We're all guilty of not taking our kids outside, spending more time with them, teaching them the way we grew up. I remember the first day I handed my eldest son a conch, and I said, "I'll break it, you clean it." And he looked at me with a blank face. I said, "Boy, you don't know how to clean a conch?" He said, "Dad, you didn't teach me."
You got to teach them.
And that's when it hit me, but I don't remember anybody teaching me, actually. We spent so much time on the street that when them older guys like France and them came in, we go down and watch them. We would go down by slippery edges and watch them break a conch or two, and that's how we learned. But the communities aren't like that anymore. We're no longer villages unfortunately, in certain senses. And so the responsibility falls entirely on the parents for us to go out there and teach our kids, some of the culture, some of the heritage, some of the things we used to do. I knew where every fruit tree in West Bay was. And I knew every season, every fruit that was in season, because you had nothing else to do. But we know the damage that social media is doing to our children. Mr. Speaker, there's no coincidence that on Monday at the Youth Parliament, one of the subjects being debated is youth mental health. And the challenges our children are facing are not just the children that have difficulties at home. We have children that come from parents that are paying as much attention as they could ever pay, paying as much money, providing resources as much as they can, and the children are still struggling with their mental health. It is like what was once said about a drug dealer. If you have a friend, and this is a true story, you have a friend that's on drugs, and you do your best to check in on them. The one day you miss, the drug dealer not missing it. The one day you don't pray to God, the devil not missing it. The devil is persistent, there every day, every minute, waiting for that one opportunity. That is social media. That is what our children are facing. They are faced with the temptations. They are faced with the influences every single moment, the minute you turn your back. It is there. It doesn't matter how much love you give them, how much attention, how much time, even though we're all guilty, we need to spend more time with our children than perhaps in there fighting each other. But the minute you are not there, the bad influences are, like the drug dealer, waiting for that one window to go in and offer a free sample. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say once again how impressed, delighted, and proud I am of the honourable member I expected nothing different, by the way, Mr. Speaker, by the presentation of this motion by the honourable member of Georgetown West, and I indulge the entire Parliament to support this motion. Thank you, sir.
Member for Reid Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's wait for the podium. Thank you.
Not supposed to be reading speech now,
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to join with others by starting out by commending the Honourable Deputy Speaker, a member for Georgetown West. Mr. Speaker, it takes courage. I will look at her as I say this, because she knows I've said it before. It takes courage to bring forward legislation that challenges global technology giants and potentially unsettles social norms. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member called me a few weeks back and discussed this. And I said to her I'd be happy to second it and to support her with it. But I did ask, are you sure? Because I know, I believe I know the arguments we may be getting from some quarters, as my friend the Minister of Finance said earlier on, let's speak the truth. Not everybody will be happy with this. She did not flinch. She says, it's important. I've seen the impact on my people, and I really want to move forward with it. So I commend her again for her bravery. She has presented her motion thoughtfully, carefully, and grounded it in evidence, Mr. Speaker. We all heard it. And I say again, I'm proud to support this motion and to support her with it. The members laid out data, local data, as well as international data from the World Health Organization, UNICEF, UNESCO, and others, as we've heard, that links heavy social media use among adolescents to anxiety, depression, cyberbullying, sleep disruption, and other forms of problematic use. I will not repeat that evidence, Mr. Speaker. She did an outstanding job with that. But this, as we know and as she indicated, is not just an international issue. It is a Cayman issue. And over recent years, we've seen what appears to be an increasing number of young people locally struggling with depression, anxiety, and emotional distress. And I'm sad thinking about this, but I remember a year or two back, there seemed to be a spate, I don't know if that's the right word, but that's the word that comes to mind, of young people taking their own lives. I remember the shock it had throughout our community. It's not something that we were accustomed to. So our young people today, Mr. Speaker, have pressures in this modern age that we never experienced and probably don't understand. I don't necessarily understand it. But these pressures, as was said, cause depression, anxiety, and emotional distress. Our teachers speak about it. Our parents, or rather parents, speak about it, perhaps more quietly and hushed. Counselors are seeing it, and young people, Mr. Speaker, themselves are more open about their struggles. Mr. Speaker, I have young people in my family at a young age who suffered from anxiety and other forms of mental challenges. Whenever, as happens, whenever things happen like to people you know personally, all of a sudden your eyes are open, whether it's a disease, and all of a sudden you look around and the disease is more prevalent. This certainly is a disease. But once I became aware, and I started reading, and I went to local symposiums and the like, and you start to realize how widespread the concerns are, how many young people are being impacted. And it really tugs at your emotions. It certainly did mine. I know it probably tugs on all of ours. I have a constituent that I've spoken about previously with a daughter struggling with mental health challenges. I won't say it's related to social media, but again, it's another case, another situation that I'm aware of. So, Mr. Speaker, this is personal for me. And as has been said, there have been linkages in terms of the negative impacts of social media on younger age adolescents. Social media, Mr. Speaker, is not the only cause of this added anxiety and this modern pressure that young people have, but it is increasingly, as was said earlier, it is increasingly being recognized as being a powerful accelerant of these anxieties and mental health challenges. It helps to amplify comparison of me with you. It amplifies humiliation. It amplifies exclusion. It too readily allows cyberbullying. And a small community, Mr. Speaker, a small community, a small country like ours, online harm spreads quickly and possibly permanently. A mistake at 14 can follow a child forever into adulthood. And that, I know, concerns us. I'm grateful the government will be accepting this motion, Mr. Premier. Thank you, sir. I had no doubt that that would be the case. Mr. Speaker, I have said for some time that social media can be a good tool, a poor master, like many, many things, like technology generally. Used well, it connects families and promotes business, but these social media platforms are not neutral. As was said, they're driven by algorithms designed to maximize engagement. They feed you what they interpret that you want and that you like, and they keep feeding you the same things to keep you engaged. Engagement is maximized by triggering emotions, not by concern about promoting the well-being of the person. It's about promoting profits. And it triggers these emotions, as was said, through a variety of means, encouraging you to infinite scroll, constant notifications about things you may like. It pings and you feel compelled to answer. The autoplay videos. These features, Mr. Speaker, are not accidents. They're designed to be that way. They're designed to deliberately impact your behavior. So when we see young people, as has been said, Mr. Speaker, unable to disconnect from their devices, they're constantly checking their, as do adults, as do I sometimes, constantly checking their phones. But young people, and I saw this amongst my daughters when they were teenagers, would stay up late into the night, losing sleep. Can't wake up in the morning. Thank God, I think they've grown out of that now. But loss of sleep is not good. Measuring your self-worth in likes and comments, Mr. Speaker, is not good. That does not mean our young people are weak. That just means that they're being exposed to systems that are engineered to hold their attention. In that sense, Mr. Speaker, in my view, what we call social media can become profoundly unsocial. For quite some years now, I've referred to social media as just that, unsocial. And I was refusing to be a part of it, but in this day and age, as a modern politician, you have to be online, you have to be telling people what you're doing and showing your worth, and being measured through likes and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand it, but I'm a grown man. Children at a young age don't need that added and extra pressure, Mr. Speaker. Young people, adolescents, are still forming their identity, developing their confidence, and their emotional resilience. They don't need the added pressure of social media. And as has been said, Mr. Speaker, by the mover, 16 is not an arbitrary age, and she explained why that was. But preventing adolescents below the age of 16 will help to develop, help to safeguard their development. The mover spoke to it. And as she said, we already accept age restrictions on a range of activities because we recognize that young adolescents are more impulsive, they're more reward sensitive, and less equipped, Mr. Speaker, to assess long-term risk. This motion does not ban access to the internet. It does not criminalize children. It does not censor speech. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. What it does do, this motion places responsibility on the platforms themselves, not on the children and not on the parents. Too often we might say parents should monitor their children. But, Mr. Speaker, parents can try to monitor their children, but they are working against multi-billion-dollar corporate giants who are employing behavioral scientists to optimize engagement with children. That is not a fair contest. And, Mr. Speaker, I've seen a documentary that also discussed this issue, and it was speaking to parents. And I remember a mother saying that she's happy for a ban, because when in her home she tries to moderate the use of social media by her children, it's a fight. It's an argument, and they storm off. So it doesn't, so she may at times tend to shy away from being the parent that she might want to be, because she doesn't want that fight. But the government has banned it. The government has said that social media platforms should not be providing services to children under 18. So she smiled, and I can imagine in her head she's probably saying that old song, "It wasn't me." She can say to her children, "It wasn't me. The government. It's a law." So it can assist family situations. So, Mr. Speaker, the proposal is one that states that if a platform operates in our jurisdiction, they must meet standards designed to protect our children. Now, Mr. Speaker, we must be realistic. As I said earlier, we are dealing with multi-billion-dollar corporate giants. We're a small jurisdiction, sir. Enforcement of that will not be easy and will require coordination. Coordination with the UK, where significant work is already underway on online safety and age assurance measures. They're also considering, Mr. Speaker, a similar ban. So we will need to align whatever framework being developed to what they're doing there to ensure that platforms comply effectively. So whatever they are doing with regards to mandating the platforms with the might of the UK and their ability to do that, we will want them to include us in those conversations and requirements of those platforms. We won't be able to do it on our own. But this is a case where the UK can be extremely beneficial in helping us to get to where we want to get to. But just because we're small don't mean, small size doesn't mean we don't have a duty to do what we think we need to do, what we know we need to do to protect our children. Mr. Speaker, if anything, in a small and closely connected society, the consequences of online harm are magnified. Reputational damage travels faster, isolation feels sharper, and exposure, Mr. Speaker, spreads further. And how I wrote my initial speech said, even if this motion evolves through amendment or even if it were not to pass, which won't be the case, because we know it will pass. But I will carry on with the thought, because this motion, I said to my friend, honorable member for Georgetown West, this motion is already doing something important. It has opened wider the national conversation about child mental health in the digital age. I want to pause here and just, it's not in the chamber, but I want to pause here, sir, to mention my friend, the member for Newlands, who probably appreciates this topic more than most of us in here, sir. I want to commend him and his family for the work that they are doing through the Alex Panton Foundation, and mention was made early on of Alex's place. It was at a symposium that that organization held some years ago that I attended, and I got to mix and mingle with fathers and mothers and young people and hear their stories and their struggles. That helped to open my eyes in terms of how widespread the issue is amongst our young people. So I say again, sir, that the motion has opened a national conversation, opened it wider about child mental health, and it has asked whether profit-driven algorithms by these large corporations should shape childhood without guardrails. Now, I made a note earlier on, the comment, I think it was from the mover, that the motion is about reclaiming childhood. I thought that was worthwhile noting down. because I agree with her, sir. I agree with her. And that conversation that I said earlier on about widening the national conversation really, really, really matters. The Honourable Member for Georgetown West has shown leadership in bringing this forward. I am proud to second her. The motion is not about moral panic. It's not anti-technology. It's not about censorship. Instead, sir, it is about child protection, as she said. It's about public health. And it's about this House doing the things that we know we need to do to protect our children, easy or not. If we know, and we all do, these platforms are designed to capture attention, if we know that adolescent mental health challenges are rising, and if we know that younger users are developmentally more vulnerable, then we must act. Inaction is not neutral. It is permission for these large corporations to continue prioritizing their profits over the well-being for children. That's not acceptable. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close by saying again that childhood should not be shaped primarily by corporations engineered for profit rather than protection. Protection of our youth is paramount. The mover, I say again, thank you. This is important. I agree, Mr. Premier. And for those reasons that I've just mentioned, I fully support the motion. I will be voting for it. I second it, so I hope I vote for it. And I want to say that this member of Red Bay, Roy Tatum, I'm extremely proud of this House today when I know it will pass unanimously. I want to thank you all, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for West Bay West.
Mr. Speaker, just on Monday, we were on the radio. We were highlighting the Women's Parliamentary Branch about to start tomorrow in Cayman. And we were encouraging support for our women parliamentarians and advocating for more women to join our fight, become parliamentarians, and not only become parliamentarians, but to support those of us who are. And today I just want to say this is a proud, proud moment for me on the cusp of that Women's Parliamentary Branch starting tomorrow, to have our member for Georgetown West, a first-time member of Parliament, deliver this kind of motion with such vigor. Like the honourable member was saying from Georgetown, how well it was articulated. I don't even have the words to express how happy and proud I am today of you, honourable member. I am so proud of you. I thank you for bringing this forward. I know that it's well needed. I do have a few notes that I am going to deliver, but I just wanted to say it's my privilege in this House today to get up and support this motion for limiting social media access in children under the age of 16. Proud, proud moment for us as parliamentarians today. And to think that, like the Deputy Premier said, we're having a grand slam today, 4 for 4. Wow, I tell you, awesome, awesome. So, while this conversation is new to this House, it is currently echoing through the parliaments across the globe. From Australia to France and Spain to Norway, nations are reaching the same urgent conclusion. The status quo of unlimited screen time is failing our children. We are not outliers in this debate. We are part of a global movement of responsible governments acknowledging that the digital world, as currently designed, is not a safe environment for developing minds. This motion correctly identifies that we can no longer afford to be spectators while the mental health and safety of our youth are compromised. We must give this issue the urgent priority that it deserves, joining our international partners in setting a new global standard for digital protection. By supporting this motion today, we are ensuring that the Cayman Islands leads both with compassion and pragmatism. We are declaring that while the internet is global, our duty to protect our children is local, it's immediate, and it's absolute. During the pandemic, many children struggled with loneliness, disrupted routines, academic uncertainty, and delays in key milestones. And we've heard some very staggering statistics from the mover of the motion today, so I don't need to go back through those. For some, increased and unchecked social media use intensified anxiety and stress. It is our responsibility to consider how best to support children's mental health in this digital age. In January 2026 in the UK, the House of Lords voted 261 to 150 to amend the Children's Welfare, Wellbeing and Schools Bill to require platforms to block under 16s within 12 months. The government initially opposed the blanket ban, but is now using the consultation to decide whether to accept this move completely. Ministers are seeking new legislative powers to act on the consultation's findings within months rather than years once a decision is reached by summer 2026. That's just a few months away. In the UK, the Online Safety Act is already in active enforcement. Since July 2025, the regulator, Ofcom, has had the power to fine companies up to 18 million or 10% of their global revenue for failing to protect children from harmful content. Highly effective age assurance, such as facial age estimation or ID matching, is already required for adult sites and platforms hosting priority harmful content. The government has issued stronger guidance to head teachers to enforce mobile phone bans in schools, with Ofsted inspectors now checking for full compliance. We are addressing a generation-wide experiment in neurobiology. Algorithms, like we've heard, are designed specifically to exploit dopamine pathways, creating addictive loops that children are biologically unequipped to resist. A restriction is necessary. A restriction is a necessary circuit breaker for the rising rates of anxiety and self-harm among our youth. And I was never so, I know it happens, but to have it in my face today, have someone share with me that their child was repeatedly told on Minecraft, why don't you go and out yourself? And that doesn't mean get out of the game. That meant go kill yourself. Luckily, that child immediately told his parents, and the parent was able to put a full ban on social media for that child. But what if that was a child that didn't tell their parents and just continued to accept that? Why don't you out yourself? Why don't you out yourself? What might have happened again to that child, like we've seen so many other children in Cayman? At an Inspire Youth Meetup event in October last year, over 200 students from Grand Cayman and Cayman Bracs, public, private, and home schools came together to discuss experiences with mental health, self-care, and community well-being. Challenges in relationships, hostile school environments, lack of face-to-face interactions, cultural issues, and the negative impact of social media, drug use, and the loss of hope were all identified as the major themes after analysis of that event in October last year, all around social media. Folks, it's time for us to end the Wild West of online activity. Social media has become a primary tool for grooming and sextortion. A government-mandated limit removes the digital playground where predators currently hide in plain sight. It moves the barrier from the child's bedroom door to the platform's front gate. I remember when bedrooms used to be used, and bedrooms were places for board games, story time, playtime. Now it has become a place of digital harm and digital hurt, sad to say. And bullying no longer ends at the school gate. It follows children into their beds well into the evening. So restricting access provides the necessary physical and mental distance for children to grow without constant threat of viral humiliation. Just this week, we had teachers tell us that they have seen a trend where many children in Cayman, we're not talking about Australia, we're not talking about the US or UK, many children in Cayman now are slow to problem solve because they are so used to looking everything up online and seeing how to do everything. They've seen us slow down in children being able to solve problems for themselves and be able to think critically. I remember when we were kids, we were able to outwit our parents many times, and we were able to do things on our own and problem solve. But nowadays, it's all about looking everything up on Google, and that gets your mind so that becomes your go-to. Folks, this is a serious, serious, serious matter. And it's time that we put this squarely where this belongs. Mr. Speaker, this marks the beginning of a vital national initiative. And as we move forward, we will work across this House to ensure that our actions are tempered by the appropriate guardrails, protecting privacy, preserving digital literacy, and ensuring no child is left behind. We must act with proportionality and precision, but above all, we must act, for while we deliberate on the details, our children remain at risk. Together, all of us in this House, we can build an environment where children's well-being online and offline truly comes first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Savannah.
Just need to move that. You need to move that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to work in an atmosphere where everyone is working in collaboration. It truly makes my heart feel happy this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this private member's motion, and I wish to first acknowledge the honourable member and the seconder who has brought this important issue before this honourable House. Honourable member, I'm very proud of you. Mr. Speaker, the motion speaks to something that many parents, teachers, and community leaders across our islands are increasingly concerned about: the impact of social media on the well-being of our children. As someone who has spent many years working closely with families and young people in our community, I have seen firsthand the pressures that our children face today. The digital world offers incredible opportunities for learning, connection, and creativity. But we must also acknowledge that it brings real risks, particularly for young minds that are still developing. Across our communities, we are hearing the same concerns: rising anxiety and mental health cries among young people, exposure to harmful content, cyberbullying, and the challenges families face in managing screen time in a world where technology is everywhere. Mr. Speaker, protecting children has always been a shared responsibility between families, schools, communities, and government. This motion does not seek to remove technology from children's lives, nor does it ignore the benefits of the digital world. Instead, it calls for the government to carefully consider whether stronger protections may be needed, and to examine what responsible digital safeguards might look like in the Cayman Islands. Importantly, the motion recognizes that any approach must be measured, evidence-based, and respectful of constitutional rights, while placing the well-being of children at the center of the discussion. From the perspective of this government, and particularly through our work with families and children across the islands, this conversation, Mr. Speaker, is both timely and necessary. The NCFC government has made it clear that supporting families, protecting children, and strengthening communities remain our core priority. As part of that commitment, we must be willing to examine emerging challenges, including those arising from the rapid growth of digital technology. Mr. Speaker, in my role as the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of Social Development and Innovation, I see firsthand the importance of policies that protect and support our children and families. This motion provides an opportunity for the government to engage stakeholders, listen to parents and educators, consult with young people themselves, and review the international evidence before determining the most appropriate path forward for our country. Mr. Speaker, safeguarding the healthy development of our children is not a partisan issue. It is a responsibility that all of us in this House share. If further review shows that additional protections are warranted, then it will be our duty to act thoughtfully and responsibly in the best interests of Cayman's children. For those reasons, I support this motion and the opportunity it provides for careful study and consultation on this important matter. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and this motion has my full support.
Minister for Culture and Heritage, Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to commend and thank the Deputy Speaker for bringing this private member's motion number 10 of 2025 to this Honorable House. The member, in her contribution, comprehensively covered the motion that she brought. And she's also most definitely correct that the government of the Cayman Islands has a duty to safeguard the well-being of children in the Cayman Islands, and I want to emphasize in that regard that every child matters and that every child deserves protection, stability, dignity, and an opportunity to become the best selves from the earliest possible moment in life. And in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, it is this member's motion certainly appears to have been developed with the intention of providing further protections for our children. 1 second. Mr. Speaker, this motion seeks to prohibit social media for children under the age of 16, but it presents both opportunities and challenges. The motion mentions that the prohibition of social media should not be construed as censorship, and that there's a balance to be struck between freedom of expression and the proportionate regulation of the use of social media in the best interest of the child. And Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this motion before us here today, my team in the Ministry of Social Development did have this matter on its radar and had been actively monitoring the various jurisdictions that had embarked on or are currently making progress towards enacting social media regulations as well, including United Kingdom, France, and Australia. At present, Mr. Speaker, the available information and opinions on this topic are vast. And for the most part, studies are only just commencing on the impact of prohibiting social media in various countries, keeping in mind that Australia was the first country to introduce regulations in December 2025. However, there are established studies on the impact of social media on children's mental health. And Mr. Speaker, recent analysis from Johns Hopkins University in 2024 indicates that those who spend more time on social media tend to show more symptoms of depression. However, it is noteworthy that social media exposure cannot be definitely linked as the sole cause of depression, as there may be other number of reasons for symptoms of depression to occur, including social isolation, lack of sleep, and a lack of healthy activities. And in contrast, Mr. Speaker, the Office for National Statistics in the United Kingdom, through its Children's Wellbeing Survey in 2015, identified a clear association between longer time spent on social media and mental health issues. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has also reported a statistically significant difference in life satisfaction scores between extreme internet users compared to moderate users. Additionally, the World Health Organization Regional Office for Europe has revealed a sharp rise in problematic social media use among adolescents, with rates increasing from 7% in 2018 to 11% in 2022. This, coupled with the findings that 12% of adolescents are at risk of problematic gaming, raises urgent concerns about the impact of digital technology on the mental health and well-being of children. Mr. Speaker, the local data we have on children's mental health paints a troubling picture. In 2024, the Cayman Islands Student Drug Use Survey completed by the National Drug Council, 12% of the students who took the survey reported they had attempted suicide. Additionally, 68% of the children reported seeking help for their mental health challenges. And while the National Drug Council reports that barriers to support have decreased since the last survey cycle, which is encouraging, the data strongly suggests that far too many of our children are struggling significantly with their mental health. Mr. Speaker, the motion also mentions the need for accessible mental health resources for children, and I could not agree more with this, Mr. Speaker. It is important to note that the health insurance in Cayman Islands can be expensive, particularly where there is pre-existing condition which may include mental health or intellectual disability diagnosis. And in response to this need, Mr. Speaker, my ministry has committed funding in the amount of $150,000 in 2026 and again in 2027 to the Alex Panton Foundation towards its financial assistance program. And if memory serves me right, I want to thank the member from Cayman Islands for helping us increase that amount during the Finance Committee stages of the budget last year. This program offers financial support to cover therapeutic services for children who would otherwise not be able to afford these services under the insurance plan. And Mr. Speaker, while we must account for the unhealthy impacts of social media on children, we must also consider the merits that may exist with appropriate social media use. Social media has created opportunities for connection and socializing for children on a scale that previous generations could not have imagined. I think most of us in here, in our teenage years, probably didn't even know what a cell phone was. The best we had was Radio Cayman 89.9, right? Yes. I guess in the other social media that we had before that was just those VHS tapes at Video Max and stuff, right? However, Mr. Speaker, with all jokes aside, if we are seriously considering limiting or prohibiting social media use for children under the age of 16, we must also consider what positive alternatives we are prepared to promote and invest in so that young people continue to have healthy opportunities for connection, growth, and engagement. And I know the member from Red Bay touched on this during his contribution. The Cayman Islands is fortunate to have a number of programs that already provide positive outlets for young people, and these include youth development initiatives through the Youth Services Department, other government departments through the Department of Children and Family Services, as well as after-school and community programs that encourage mentorship, leadership, and community engagement. Mr. Speaker, our young people also benefit greatly from opportunities in sports and physical activities, and their programs supported by local sporting associations and organizations from football, basketball to swimming, track and field, and the new sport for the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, pickleball, and other organized activities. And these all play an important role in promoting physical health, teamwork, and discipline. Equally important to sports, Mr. Speaker, are opportunities for creative expressions, participation in music, drama, visual art, cultural activities, and these all allow young people to develop confidence, creativity, and a sense of identity, a strong, strong sense of identity. And these activities can provide a constructive outlet for self-expression and connection with peers. Mr. Speaker, community centers, youth clubs, mentorship initiatives will also provide valuable spaces where young people can build supportive relationships with peers and positive role models. And the government strengthening these types of programs can help ensure that young people have meaningful alternatives to spending large amounts of time online. And in addition, promoting digital literacy and responsible technology use must be part of that conversation, Mr. Speaker. Teaching children how to navigate the digital world safely, recognize online risks, and develop healthy habits around technology must prove to be just as important as any regulatory measure. And Mr. Speaker, while prohibition may reduce exposure to harmful content in the short term, evidence also suggests that children rely on social media for connection, exploration, and support. And for example, for neurodiverse children, being online can offer benefits by helping to build self-esteem and providing peer support. This again speaks to the importance of connection in the lives of young people. As mentioned, Australia has implemented a ban on social media for persons under the age of 16. However, UNICEF Australia has indicated that while they welcome the efforts by the Australian government to improve the online world for young people, they remain skeptical that the changes in the Act will fully resolve the problems that young people face online. And Mr. Speaker, as a government, we must support, listen to, and empower our children. Any proposed regulations in relation to this motion should be consultative and must include engagement with children themselves, emphasizing that the voice of the child and our duty to consider their perspectives. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to share a quote from the Children's Commission of England, Dame Rachel D'Souza, who said, "Childhood is a short and precious time, but it is undeniable that children today are facing pressures like never before, with too many children growing up in an online world that takes advantage of their insecurities and tell them they are not good enough as they are." And to this point, Mr. Speaker, it is undeniable that childhood should be cherished. Our government is committed to the children of the Cayman Islands and to ensure that they are protected. I also commit to this Honourable House that after this motion is passed here today, I give commitment that my Ministry of Social Development and Innovation and the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage will engage in consultations and listen to the voice of children in order to ensure that we consider a way forward that is fit for purpose for our beloved Cayman Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Cayman Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Honourable Deputy Speaker's motion. I'd like to approach this from a sort of different vantage point of working with young people. Mr. Speaker, I've been a social worker for close to 35 years. And over that time, we have seen a tremendous amount of stress put on families in our country. And a lot of these have been predicted. I can go back to when I first became a social worker in 1995. There was a lot of challenges with gangs, and there were lots of reports that we failed to acknowledge that we had a problem. We now find ourselves at a crossroads with this particular issue, and we knew it was coming. We have seen, probably for the last decade, an uptick of mental health challenges among our young people, and we did not face the fact that it was going to get worse. While this ban, or at least reviewing how we have kids access social media, is something that I believe this House all supports, we can't legislate parenting. And like everything else that we have come into this House to try to legislate, parents still have a responsibility. And like gangs and guns and drunk driving and lots of other social ills that we've dealt with in the last 30 years that I have seen, the biggest challenges that we have never engaged is parenting. And I'm hoping that as we form this motion into a bill and bring this back to the House, that we have open conversations about how we're going to do this. Because we can ban social media just like we ban guns. They still come into our shores. Our kids still have a fascination with them. Now, I've seen all of this evolve over a course of time. And as lawmakers, I don't want us to get into this frenzy that this is going to be the panacea of solving this problem. We have to ensure that there's a conversation with our people. If parents aren't taking cell phones away or limiting access to social media, the Deputy Speaker's ban on social media doesn't end. They'll just find another way. We will drive it underground. And young people will evolve. They will find different ways to access this. My daughter, my youngest, Marley, had a birthday party on Saturday. And my wife and I had this at the public beach. And my daughter's just turned 12. her actual birthday was on Sunday, but we had the party on Saturday. And I got there probably around 1:30, and the beach was packed with young people. And it gave me pause, because I had never seen so many young people in one spot for a very long time. Probably other than going to Cayman Bay on a Friday night or a Saturday, which I don't get to do that because I just feel that it's just too many at one point. But what I saw on Saturday was refreshing. And I spent the close part of 4 hours at Marley's birthday party my wife and I supervising about 16 young people that our daughter invited to this party. And what was most refreshing is that none of those 16 students or kids that were under our supervision had a cell phone. No one stayed under the cabana. I found that very refreshing because, again, most of the time when you take them to these places, they find a way. What I saw was every child in that group, 16 of them, they stayed in the water for 4 hours. They only came up enough to get something to eat, get something to drink, and they were headed back to the water. So I started to look around because there were so many children there. I'm like, is it just these children? It wasn't. There was hundreds of kids there. And they were all interacting. I didn't see any cell phones. So here's what I teach you, what the lesson that I've learned from that. If we provide more activities, more opportunities for them to engage in a healthier way, they will take this on. A few years ago, I took over the skate park on 2013 while working in the Ministry of Education. I took it on as a project to get young people together. It was another space that I saw where young people wasn't on their cell phones. Why? They were engaged in something that they loved, and the park was the great equalizer, I call it. They didn't care who was from John Gray or Clifton Hunter or from prep school or Triple C. They just wanted to have a good time. I caution this House that if we do not get parents back involved in this conversation, we're going to over-legislate. And it's not going to go anywhere because we cannot enforce this all. I believe that this ban is the right thing for us. I think this is the way forward. But I also believe that we have to have parents be parents. And they have to take on the responsibility of parenting their young people without the government constantly saying to them, you have a responsibility to raise your kids in the right way. Mr. Speaker, far too long we've allowed social media to become the nannies and caretakers of our young people. I forgot who said it, but I know someone did, where I think it was the Deputy Premier who said that you go to a restaurant and we don't even engage our kids there. They get an iPad, we engage the other adults in the room. So why, I often ask, why take your kids out if you're not going to actually engage them? So it comes back to us as parents, as caretakers, as guardians, that if we don't do this, if we don't bring this element back into the conversation, we're going to have a really beautiful law, but there's going to be no enforcement of this. I have seen it in the 90s with gangs. At 52 years old, I have lived 3 decades now, and I have seen some of the most heartbreaking things that we knew was coming. I have at least 15 to 20 reports on all of the ills of our country that we knew it was here. We've denied it for many years. And now it's got out of control and it's costing us millions of dollars. We knew that mental health from the 90s was getting worse. We didn't do a lot until kids started to take their lives. We've become almost a country that reacts, even though we know. But as long as it doesn't affect our children, our grandchildren, or any sort of family members, we don't really do a lot. I am hoping and praying that as we think about how we roll this out, that the conversations involve our young people, that the conversation involve our parents, that it doesn't involve us sitting in here wanting the best for our country, because that's what all 19 of us want. We want the best for our people. We want the best for our country. But we also have to ensure that they share the same responsibility. We have a responsibility at times to protect our people, sometimes against or from themselves. And I want to share that responsibility, but I also want to make sure that we're joining forces with our people so we don't over-legislate. Because we can't legislate good or bad parenting. We have to make sure that people have the necessary tools in order to govern their own families. I also take this opportunity to also further encourage us. I know that we have activities. But when you look at a Saturday or Sunday, most of the young people that we are concerned about are not in one. How do we get them back into activity? How do we make activities more accessible? We have to start to look at how we spend money in making that possible. Other than that, a cell phone or a tablet is going to be the activity. And we've all seen it. We see it with our children, our grandchildren. We see it with our neighbors' children, or our friends' children. We see it all the time, right? I live down Marina, and as I'm driving into work or going to the gym in the morning, there's youngsters out there, with a cell phone, right? And there's a lot of them standing around. They often don't engage each other. So when I hear my colleague talk about that our children don't know how to problem solve, we've seen it. We've had lots of research on this stuff. This stuff isn't new to us. I am not shocked that we have reached a pivotal moment in our history of working with young people that they're taking their lives because they feel most alone. And most of them feel alone because we stop engaging them. We give them toys. We buy them gifts. And we put them in a corner and we carry on because we are busy. And quite often, I understand, I get back to the member of Bordentown yesterday when he talked about the empathy that we have to start to show. I've sat with many parents who've lost young people, whether that's from suicide or whether that is from a car accident. It's a dreadful thing. I've battled as a parent myself with a 13-year-old who almost took her life, my eldest daughter. She's battled with a mental illness. And I've had to stop being a social worker and be her dad because all I did was I worked. All she saw me do was work. That process we now have to change. And our goal as we roll this out, we have to be mindful that the conversation have to include two critical components, our children and our parents. I want to congratulate again the Honorable Deputy Speaker for bringing this because I think it's an important conversation for us to have. And as a House, I know that we will pass this, but I want to make sure that we are moving this forward without forgetting that those two critical components are very important to the conversation as we move this on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I also would like to congratulate the Honorable Deputy Speaker on moving her first private member's motion. I think at any time it would have been a wonderful thing to put down in the Hansards, but certainly just a couple of days away from International Women's Day, she's already received support from the members on the government side, the women supporting each other. So I'm certainly proud to stand up here today as a woman in Parliament, supporting my female colleague on the opposition bench on a very important private member's motion limiting social media for children under the age of 16. Mr. Speaker, as Minister for Health, my primary responsibility is to protect or ensure that we protect the well-being of all of our people and the most vulnerable among us in particular. Key among them, as we all know and we've heard today, are our children. Therefore, it is strong support that I share today of this motion to prohibit social media use for those under the age of 16. This is not about criminalizing young people. It is about holding platforms accountable. It is both a child protection measure and a necessary public health intervention. Platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and Facebook, as we've heard from some of the other members, are designed to maximize engagement. Their algorithms encourage prolonged use, constant comparison, and exposure to harmful content. These pressures affect developing brains that are not yet equipped to manage them. Research shows that the brain passes through a highly sensitive development period between the ages of 10 to 19, when identity, emotional regulation, and self-worth are all still forming. Studies examining the impact of social media on youth mental health report that frequent social media use may be associated with distinct changes in the developing brain, potentially affecting emotional learning and behavior, impulse control, and emotional regulation. The consequences are increasingly visible. We are seeing higher rates of anxiety and depression, sleep disruption, body image distress, cyberbullying, and raising presentations of self-harm among young people. And in even some of the recent discussions that I've had with some teachers in my constituency, they have shared how they feel that the tendencies for everything to be available at your click of a finger is affecting the patience that they're seeing with children, because children are now expecting to have what they want right away. And so it's affecting how they develop their skills of being patient. Important progress has been made. Here in the Cayman Islands, the demand for adolescent mental health services continues to grow. Our health system is seeing an increasing number of young people presenting with complex mental health needs that require specialized care and support. Adolescent patients are now separated from adult patients within our mental health services, which is a critical step in ensuring age-appropriate care and safeguarding young people during treatment. Yet again, more progress that we're seeing in this space. However, capacity constraints remain. In particular, our community currently lacks dedicated inpatient space for adolescents who require acute mental health care. It should be noted that presently HSA is currently the only healthcare provider on island offering any kind of inpatient mental health care for our children. The government recognizes this gap, and plans are underway to develop a dedicated adolescent mental health ward at the HSA. The facility will provide a more appropriate environment for young patients who require inpatient treatment and allow the physicians and clinicians to deliver care tailored specifically to our adolescents. But at the same time, we must be clear. The goal is not to fill the hospital beds with our young people. Strengthening treatment capacity is necessary, but more importantly, prevention and early intervention must remain our priority. Through stronger community support, earlier identification of mental health concerns, and improved family and school-based interventions, our aim is to reduce the need for inpatient care and ensure that such wards are used as little as possible. Again, why this motion is so important, seen as being preventative. Mr. Speaker, one troubling trend that safeguarding experts and researchers have identified is the way social media algorithms amplify extreme and polarizing content, including content that promotes hostility towards women. A study conducted by the University of Kent found that only after 5 days of TikTok use, there was a 4-fold increase in misogynistic content appearing on the For You page of a user's account. 5, yeah. The For You page is not content a user actively searches for. It is content the platform chooses to recommend and amplify. We have seen in recent years online personalities build enormous followings by promoting messages that either diminish women, glorify dominance, and distort what healthy relationships should look like. These messages do not remain confined to screens. They influence how our young people think about gender, respect, and relationships. Mr. Speaker, as we mark the 5th day of honoring Women's Month, we must acknowledge a difficult truth. Online gender-based violence is increasingly normalizing real-world harm. The content that our young people consume shapes attitudes, language, and expectations about women and girls. And I think we could go far enough to say that it also does that to adults. When social media platforms amplify voices that demean women or men or trivialize abuse, they contribute to a culture in which disrespect becomes entertainment and degradation becomes influence. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, it is not a question of whether these dynamics will appear more visibly in our own communities. It's a matter of when. The risk to physical, social, and emotional health of children is widespread. When those risks become more apparent in the health system through rising mental health needs, they become a public health issue that demands action. So as I was saying earlier, prevention is possible. It requires a coordinated effort across government, education, health services, families, and also our communities. It requires patience, resources, and sustained commitment. This motion follows the lead of other countries confronting the same challenge. Australia has legislated restrictions on social media access for children under 16, placing responsibility on platforms. Across France, Norway, Denmark, and Poland, governments are advancing similar age restrictions and stronger verification requirements. There is growing international recognition that the current digital environment is failing to protect our children. Legislation alone will not solve that problem. It must be accompanied by public awareness, campaigns, digital and media literacy, education for both students and parents, parenting support, and expanded mental health services for our young people. And I'll also add that I think what's also very important, and hopefully we will see a lot more of that going into the future, is involvement in our communities with our parents, as my colleague Minister Miles spoke about, simple things like taking your kids to the beach. So when they do things like that, they have no interest in being on a device. Equally important is creating more opportunities for young people to connect in real life. Safe spaces, youth programs, sports, arts, and community activities provide the social interaction and sense of belonging that all of our young people need. We regulate alcohol and tobacco because of the risk that they pose to our young people. Expecting digital platforms to meet a comparable standard of responsibility is consistent with our duty to protect our children. This motion is about safeguarding childhood, strengthening child protection, and acting decisively in the interest of public health. I thank the member for Georgetown West for bringing this motion, and I urge this honourable House to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. I'll be real quick. Mr. Speaker, this is a great day for our beloved islands. You know, sitting here and seeing everyone working together for the betterment of our people is inspiring. We should all be very proud in this chamber today. Really proud. Mr. Speaker, this is, likely not to be very popular with everyone. But we were not, I think, put here to be popular. It was to do the right thing. And I want to join members in thanking our Deputy Speaker for bringing this motion. It is timely, it is necessary. As a matter of fact, I think it's absolutely necessary. Mr. Speaker, we have to accept that the world that we grew up in is over. I spent all of my days outside for years, and even when television came along, I was still outside for the most part of it. Some of my fondest memories as a father is teaching my son and daughter how to make a caravan and to fly kites, and I hope the good Lord will give me the opportunity to do the same with my grandchildren. But we have to be aware that technology has changed. I went to a conference a few years ago, and the speaker was talking about how we should embrace technology, use it to our advantage. But he said that his son was, I think, 5 years old. He took him outside to take pictures with some flowers and the animals that he would see outside in his garden. And during that time with his son, he tried to explain to him about 1 hour photo. And his son could not come to believe that there was such a thing as 1 hour photo. I remember when 1 hour photo came, before it was, 2 weeks? You get your roll of film and you go down to the Photoshop and you get your pictures back. Today, it's now. As was said earlier, the people expect it now. The Minister of Health, I think, made that point very appropriately. And I think what the move of the motion said is that this is not about trying to ban technology. Technology, if used appropriately, I think can help our young people. I watched a program a few nights ago about
how you can use technology now to teach your children different languages, and how much easier it is because of the advancements of technology. So that's really what we should be doing. We should be using technology to teach our children, not to allow them to get onto some of these sites. Mr. Speaker, I cringe sometimes. I made a mistake, I guess it's a mistake, to pause at a site where I saw a shootout in Brazil on, I think, Instagram or one of those. And now, Mr. Speaker, every time I go on to that social media platform, a similar thing comes up. I never asked for that. I never asked to see that. And if that's happening to me, it has to be happening to everybody. I simply just paused on the site. So, Mr. Speaker, this is serious. I am, in a statement that I'm going to give tomorrow, I'm going to talk a little bit about juvenile crime. And I remember saying that to the Minister for Cayman Employment, and he agreed with me on what some positive trends that we are seeing in juvenile crime. But the minister said to me, yeah, the DG, we're doing better with juvenile crime, but attempted suicides and suicides are up. And, you know, that's true. And what's causing that? So it is absolutely the right thing to do. I always say, you know, bad things happen when good people do nothing. And we have an opportunity here to do something that could change our people's life for the better. I am married to an educator, Mr. Speaker, and what she sees today is not what she sees 10 years ago in terms of our children development coming into school. Mr. Speaker, we all, everybody in here, I'm sure, spent time with their children, teaching them to count, the sounds, the shapes. Some children are not coming with that basic education. But I guarantee you they can use social media. So, Mr. Speaker, the time is now. I commend again the Deputy Speaker for bringing this motion. If I could vote, Mr. Speaker, I would vote for this. I can't. I'll nod my head. But I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right time to do it. And I am inspired here today, Mr. Speaker, to see all of us coming together for the betterment of our people and, more importantly, for the betterment of our children. I thank you.
Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have to beg for you to protect the rights of the majority, especially a minister. Because as I rose, I picked up some abuse, Mr. Speaker, of members making commentary around the fact that I'm going to speak for 2 hours. Mr. Speaker, let me remind honorable members, as I tell people in our caucus, I'm the historian/librarian. Lots of history, and I know where all the good books are hidden. However, I was here at a time when I could speak for 4 hours. And back then, I moved the motion. And so, as then I moved the motion to limit myself to speak, I support this incredible motion to limit children from hurting themselves unknowingly. Mr. Speaker, I can say safely that today is one of my proudest days as a legislator. I know the member from Georgetown West and Deputy Speaker probably better than everyone else in the House. I know how long she has wanted to make this sort of impact for her country. And to have watched her journey to get here, and for this to be her first private member motion. I had to wait a while to speak because I can say literally, she blew me away. This delivery, Mr. Speaker, this will be my 4th term here, and I've followed politics from listening to the radio, and my daddy and my uncle used to row about everything that was happening between unity and dignity. That'll mark my history with politics. And I can say without fear of contradiction that today is one of the best presentations I've ever heard on a private member's motion. It is a topic that is of relevance and great import and can have potential hugely positive impact. And its delivery by the member, the content, the depth was second to none. So I congratulate the mover of the motion on a job well done. I know that all members were going to support the motion, but even if anyone had come here today either saying they weren't going to support it or on the fence, after that delivery, you would have had to have supported the motion. I can say that openly, that when the member first broached me about this sort of motion in our small community takes guts, because initially I paused. I admit I paused. I paused because I know how difficult change is for humans, much less in small communities. But as I reflected and I asked a couple of colleagues, it was very obvious that the support was there, that the support was going to be there because everyone understood how important and timely this issue is for our country. Mr. Speaker, social media is no longer peripheral to young people's lives. Sadly, it is the babysitter, it is the nurse bottle, it is everything for a lot of children. A lot of parents lean on social media in ways that we cannot imagine or measure. Mr. Speaker, central to some children's ability to communicate, learn, and form social connections is how they are socialized at home. And therefore, if parents are not going to be engaged as partners, and we in this House stand together in unison when the pushback comes, when the questions come, this will not succeed. So I join voices with the minister responsible for Caymanian employment, because he was not speaking against this motion. He was raising a flag to all of us, planting a flag of concern of this initiative, this feeling that we have here today, not having the impact that we wanted to have, but more than we wanted to have, that our children needed to have. Mr. Speaker, education systems cannot treat social media as an external issue. It has become part of all students' well-being. It has become part of all students' risk. And therein lies that double-edged sword. Because on the one hand, technology is a key part of our lives and the way forward. But equally, technology and the misuse of technology poses one of the greatest risks and one of the greatest challenges in terms of our safeguarding landscape. Mr. Speaker, excessive social media use has been linked to sleep deprivation, anxiety, reduced concentration among young people. Schools are also dealing with online bullying, peer pressure, and harmful online trends, which can significantly affect student well-being. As an education system, we must support students in developing healthy digital habits and resilience online. But, Mr. Speaker, it will fail if parents are not partners and held accountable. Social media introduces new safeguarding risks for us, including cyberbullying, exploitation, inappropriate content, and online grooming. Schools play an important role in educating students about online safety, responsible digital behavior, and protecting their personal information. Clear policies will be developed to help schools manage incidents that originate online but affect students in school environment. This is why when myself and the Minister of Health were chatting about where will this responsibility for this motion lie, as we discussed it, it cuts across a myriad of ministries. And so the Ministry of Education will stand in the gap to ensure that what we have to do from a school standpoint will be robust to support the spirit of this motion. Constant access to phones, social platforms, and social platforms can affect concentration, engagement, and classroom participation. Many education systems are reviewing mobile phone policies and digital device use in schools to ensure learning environments remain focused and supportive. Mr. Speaker, the goal is not to eliminate technology, but to create appropriate boundaries that support learning. I pause there, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we have varying policies across our education landscape. We have some schools in the private sector that ban cell phones and cell phone use. We, in the government system, have given in to the cry that, oh, our children need to have access to cell phones in case of an emergency. We need to balance. How often have a student needed to have a cell phone? When you look at the average school year, in a case of emergency versus the risk that they pose and the bad that they do. I can tell you, I got a call from a parent. This was in September. School had just started. And she was irate as could be because she asked me if I had seen some messages that they'd sent, but I had been in meetings and I didn't have their number programmed. And so I quickly then went into WhatsApp, and she was screenshotting in the middle of lesson time, her looking at her son's account, showing him online. Mr. Speaker, this House and members, I hope as good as we feel today, as united as we feel today, you are going to support me when I ban cell phones in schools in the Cayman Islands. Because the complaints are going to come. The same people we go beg for a vote are going to be the same people who are going to give us the pushback and the fion story about their children need to have a cell phone in case of emergency. Yet in an average school year, how many times has a student genuinely needed a cell phone in any case of an emergency? We cannot, Mr. Speaker, open up our schools to this level of risk and inappropriate use of technology for such a minuscule time that any child is going to need to have access to any cell phone during school time. Mr. Speaker, it was said earlier, we need to understand when we're dealing with risk that we band together, because there are times where we must protect our society from itself. There is a reason that the 19 of us have been sent here. We've been sent here to bring major issues like this, bring difficult conversations like this to the Parliament, but most importantly, act. Because I'm not in this for feel-good exercises. If we're not going to have a positive impact, then why come here? And so, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that as we roll out all of our policies, that we are informed by the most recent research. And the research is clear. It is clear. Most human beings, including adults, but we're talking now about the risks that this poses to all young people. Technology is having a hugely negative effect on brain development, hugely negative effect on outcomes of your learners in school. When we look and we see this significant uptick in ADD, ADHD, and all sorts of attention and behavioral issues that come from lack of attention, this is not by the students. This is not happening in a vacuum. I don't need any research to tell me it's directly linked to social media and the misuse of screen time. It is as obvious as I am standing here talking to all of you. We know that it's contributing negatively. We don't need any longitudinal study to tell us that. We don't need what's happening in other countries to tell us that. The evidence is quite clear. When I hear about the percentages of children who are being diagnosed, and you look at what we are doing differently. In my mind, Mr. Speaker, two things. Two things. Technology, the misuse of technology, and the fact that we have absolutely, positively been derelict in our duty as parents. And I say parents because all of us are in this together. As parents, as it relates to the food and the nutrition that we make our children consume. I can say, 16 years ago when I took over as Minister of Education, I made the unpopular decision to ban unhealthy foods in schools. I don't care what anybody tells me. I am going to reinvigorate the policy around healthy choices in schools. When you have fruit juices that have the sugar content, and we are pumping that poison into our youngest children, reception-age children, and then we expect them to be able to concentrate. You're on a sugar high, but you're supposed to concentrate. I hear us talking about alcohol and tobacco and all those things that are bad for us. look at the content of what we are buying as parents and allowing our children to consume. We can encourage parents to do the right thing at home. We can control what happens at schools. I know, and this one, I'm going to hear some moans, I think, because one of them that I did 16 years ago that drew lots and lots of moans, I banned parties. One of the worst things, look at the nutritional, look at what it does to the human body and look at what it has in it. So, we in here, and this is, you could hit rewind, Mr. Speaker, because I delivered this same speech in this Parliament in a statement to the House. How can we expect to bring down NGS 55 and HEA 2 if we're setting up future recipients for the program? You know how quickly 12 years ago? I got elected here 25 years ago, and I can still remember as though it was yesterday, the first day I entered this chamber. That's 2.5 decades later of us, other than a small gap, pumping poison into our children at school canteens. We are going to re-implement a healthy standard in school canteens, and we're going to encourage every private school to do the same. And if the private schools don't follow suit, I will cut their funding. Mr. Speaker, we either are going to be serious about how we govern our country and do the right thing for our children long term, which means the adults of tomorrow. Do we realize that in 3 short terms in this House, a child goes from reception to graduation? Member from Bordentown West, you said you're entering your 3rd term. By the end of this term, the people that you campaigned to that had a 4-year-old child will be inviting you to their graduation, sir. That is how quickly. That is how quickly. That is how quickly these things happen. I apologize if that's how the member from Bordentown West got fat. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue. All of these things impact learning. If you have access to fatty foods, sugary snacks, how is it that you're expected to then perform optimally after lunchtime? Mr. Speaker, everything affects everything. Let us get back to social media. Schools have an important role in helping students become responsible digital citizens. This includes teaching students respectful online communication, recognizing misinformation. Let me repeat that again, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing misinformation, protecting privacy, and understanding the long-term consequences of digital behavior. It is up to us as adults to have this difficult conversation with young people, to ensure that they understand that we're not doing this to be punitive toward them. This is not a punishment toward young people. This is about us looking on as responsible stewards, trying to ensure that they have the best possible life chances. Now, Mr. Speaker, there will be kickback, and there'll be a lot of people who will grumble and groan. But what I've learned about human beings is when you do the right thing, in the long term, they come back and thank you. In the long term, they come back and thank you, because by then they will have become either mature enough or enough time will have passed that they will then see the benefits of what it is that you were doing. Mr. Speaker, we must have partnership with parents. The most effective approach involves a strong collaboration between schools and families. Parents play a key role in setting expectations around screen time, device use, and online behavior at home. Schools can support families by providing guidance and resources on digital safety and well-being. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm going to repeat myself, but repetition bears emphasis, and it was brought to the fore quite eloquently by the minister responsible for Cayman employment. We must have parents as the front line. We can talk about digital providers, we can talk about ERCO and platforms and what we'll have to do legislatively, and we will do that part of it. If parents don't support this, if parents do not buy in, if parents still allow students to do whatever they want and be online doing whatever they want during the 16 hours that they have children in their care and protection, then what we're doing and what we're talking about here will be for naught. Because, let's face it, for everything that you do, there will be someone looking for a workaround. Mr. Speaker, I've started my school visits and meetings with all principals and teacher groups. And it was one of those things that has already come to the fore. Are teachers complaining about children's access to not only social media, but inappropriate sites, not just at home when they take a laptop or a device home, but also at school. Because children find a VPN, the education technology unit blocks the VPN, a new VPN is discovered and passed around by students. The technology unit finds the VPN and blocks it, and it's basically like a puppet chasing its tail. That is how difficult this task is going to be. And I'm making sure to let us stay sober-minded about this. This is a serious undertaking. So yes, we'll be able to work with platforms. We'll be able to work with service providers. We'll be able to work with the Utility and Regulatory Competitive Office, or ORCO, or OFRIG as it used to be called. We can work with that. We can do all of the things we need to do legislative-wise. But let us be clear, there are going to be persons out there who are going to be finding workarounds, finding ways to get onto platforms that we're hoping to avoid them getting on full-time, or certainly trying to limit how much use and access they get. So this is not going to be a walk in the park, but we're taking the very most important first step here today, which is acknowledging that this is a national priority, so much so that it's being debated in our parliament, and from what I can see, going to garner unequivocal support from every single member. The role of the education system is to provide clear guidance to schools on social media, digital safety, and device use. This will have to include online behavior, enhanced online behavior expectation, a revamped digital literacy education policy, and ensuring that we have robust safeguarding protocols for online incidents. That is the work that I can commit from the Ministry of Education to support this initiative. But let me repeat, Mr. Speaker, when the complaints come, I am going to tell all 18 of my colleagues in advance. And I think a few are missing, but we'll get the message to them who are not in the chamber right now. When you get complaints from parents, do not call me. If we are going to be serious about this, we have to do what's right. And we have to bring parents along. I would believe and hope that the majority of parents will see the benefit. But the fact is, for those that don't, I come from the old school, member from Georgetown Central. I'm not so eloquent as you younger guys. And the little man from the West. There are times where we have to bring along people, whether it's voluntarily or kicking and screaming. I don't care how we got to bring them along, This train needs to leave. We need to do our research, get the package correct, have it robust as we can get it, get as much legislation and policy changes as we need. Let us be joined together and get the job done. So, Mr. Speaker, with those brief remarks, I offer my full, unequivocal support to this most important motion, and I thank the member and congratulate the member for bringing it.
Georgetown Central and Deputy Leader Opposition.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, do you want to suspend 14.2? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as you would say, belts and braces. I move to suspend 14.2 to allow the business of the House to continue until 6 p.m. And we'll take the break then.
The motion is that Standing Order 14.2 is suspended so we can take our break at 6 instead of 5. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 14.2 is therefore suspended and will break at 6. Member for Georgetown Central, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's truly an honor to rise to be a part of this conversation. I think that we covered almost everything in respect to this, but let me first start off with the amazing mover of the motion. I have the honor of working close with her, closer than her friend from West Bay, the Minister of Finance, and notice he's been trying to send gestures, trying to steal her and bring her over by the government, but they're not going to work, partner. Mr. Speaker, it's worth repeating. The honorable member has done what I wasn't able to do when I first started, was to deliver an outstanding motion that is so compelling that every member will have to say yes. That's a good way to start your political career. Mr. Speaker, allow me to just talk a little bit about the human being that is bringing this necessary motion. And it takes me back to the campaign. It's a lady who ran before, went back to her professional career as a young Caymanian woman with strength and vigor, boldness, even not being successful at the polls, but decided, let me go back at it again, and then was successful. And the mover of this motion displays an energy not quite like any other female member of parliament I can certainly say that I've known in parliament before. One that is bold and not afraid to be a strong woman of today. A woman that is not afraid to stand up and say the things that need to be said. You heard, Mr. Speaker, some members even had second thoughts of tackling this very complicated and sensitive issue, knowing the pushback that there would be. But she proceeded as if to say that I don't care what they think, I know what is right, and I will move forward. And I, like other members, were blown away. I like to sneak outside, Mrs.
House is suspended for 5 minutes. should not leave this. This honorable parliament is back in session. Please be seated. See, I don't keep my cell phone in here with me, so I had to go to make a phone call because I have a commitment at the community college to speak to 40 graduates at 5:45. So I had to call them and tell them I'd be there at 6:15. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to interrupt. But it's been a good day because you realize that I have not once had to say does another member wish to speak. Now that does my heart really, really good. That's where we want to get. But sorry for the interruption, member for Central, but a commitment is a commitment with me.
You're 100% right, sir. And as the good member and good minister of finance would say, don't you fall for misinformation that is being thrown around. Mr. Speaker, the Lord works in mysterious ways, Mr. Speaker. It's as if he knew to delay the need to make that call after I made a big boo-boo in my delivery. Mr. Speaker, I've done the one thing that most men have always done in their lives, which is not acknowledge the many women within their lives that have been there for them, whether it be the wife, the mother, the daughter, the best friend, the auntie. And I earlier said that the honorable mover of this motion is quite like no other that I've worked with before. That was not the intention. What my intention was is to say she is in a very unique space of her own. I've worked with many female MPs, and they all bring their own unique value and proposition to the governance of this country. And just to make sure I highlight, one of the ones I'm speaking about who gave me much glory and opportunity to shine as a minister was the Honorable Ms. Heather Borden, who has her own category, and I'm certain nobody can walk in those shoes. But, Mr. Speaker, as I get back, hopefully I have accomplished the goal of what many men fall trapped to, and I'm out of the trap now, hopefully. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the mover of this motion and what she brings to the discussion. And I was saying right before we went to break that I, like others, were blown away by the detailed examination, analysis, and delivery of the contribution to this very sensitive topic. But, Mr. Speaker, or am I surprised? I shouldn't be. I actually had to snap myself out of it. Go, Kenneth, do you see how diligent she is with everything that she does? From the way that she argues, she prepares in our caucuses, in every meeting, she's always the first one there. Matter of fact, she reminds us in the opposition about every meeting 15 minutes before the meeting to say, are you on your way? It's a very detailed individual, and it tells me about the substance of who she is. I won't get into the magnificent outfits that she wears with detail, because that's not necessary, but we all see it. But it's a characteristic of her commitment to the role of bettering the lives of the people upon which she governs and represents. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to work with her, and I'm pleased to contribute to this discussion today about protections of young people below the age of 16 from the dangers of social media. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of contribution, I will not try to reiterate what other members have already done. I'm very happy that the government and all members have given their commitment to supporting this motion. But in the interest of totality, I want to bring up some of the areas upon which we will have to dive into in order to accomplish the goal upon which this honourable member is presented in her motion. Mr. Speaker, there's no way of getting around the topic of bullying, not only for young people, but for everybody on social media platforms. Mr. Speaker, cyberbullying is not only a problem for children, it's a problem for all of us. Mr. Speaker, we continue to see the use of platforms diving on the verge or the thin line of what is freedom of speech compared to that of intentional cyberbullying that is causing mental health for many people in our society. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the current legal trends across the world, like the UK with their Online Safety Act, or the United States anti-bullying laws, you'd see that it's a recognized problem where it's complicated to allow what we consider freedom of speech compared to that of defamatory comments or intentional bullying or cyber harassment. Mr. Speaker, there's so much psychological trauma that is caused not only for children, but for adults as well. And Mr. Speaker, though we are focusing on children under the age of 16, where we have legal control, we have to examine the ITC legislation to accomplish that, but we're going to have to look at it across the board because the same principles will apply for adults as for kids. Mr. Speaker, cyberbullying has caused a worrying trend of psychological and physical health declines across the world. Do one Google search and you'll see. And Mr. Speaker, we have a duty of care to examine this space because it's real. And preventing this escalation from getting any worse, I'm very proud of the member to examine this space. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is going to be very, very complicated to address, and I'm happy that the Honourable Minister responsible for education has taken the bold step to say that we're going to have to make some hard decisions. Because going up against major platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube even, and I don't think we can get away from the reality of Meta and their now acquisition of WhatsApp. So WhatsApp is probably going to be included in that. And I want to take this moment today for those who may be listening internationally. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak directly to the phone companies across the world. Apple, Samsung, Google, Vivo. You are the predominant phone makers in the world. I am begging you, make a child-friendly phone for parents that they can acquire, that they can buy and give to their kids, that will ultimately allow them to communicate, but without the platforms available on it. Because, Mr. Speaker, in a space like today, parents are not going to give up on communication or on tracking. And we're going to need multi-million-dollar companies like yourself to help us, help the parents of the world build better phones that we can feel comfortable to do the good things without the platforms. Let the platforms deal with their money making. You're in the business of making phones. Give us an option. And I hope that this goes viral, Mr. Speaker, because this fight can only be won with the parents as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I recall, and I know the honourable member that was elected at the same time as me, the honourable member from Bordentown West, would recall when I tried to bring up this topic, and it's going to be a little bit sensitive, but in the spirit of the good Minister of Finance and Education said, we got to bring it out, we got to talk about the realities of this. I brought up when I was in opposition in my first term, how we should examine the ITCA law and OFREG about controls of access to pornography. In the UK, there is legislation already available. When I brought it up then, it was a taboo thing. You can't talk about that in Parliament. As if to say that a child can't have access to the internet right now and write XXXX and a whole kind of things that will come up on it. And what that does to a young person being exposed to those explicit, and I'm talking about some serious stuff. We're not talking about old school stationary positions either. Like some stuff that goes far and beyond one's mind. Imagining a 12-year-old girl or 10-year-old boy just picking up a phone because we want to make sure that they have access to play a game or what have you, or just keep in touch with them. And there's nothing that prevents them in our law from just going www.xxx.com and that's it. Damage forever. There's a reason why they shouldn't be exposed to that at that early stage, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to go into it because we're all adults in this room. We can imagine what it would do. And I'm almost certain that I think all of us are parents, maybe one or two or not. Mr. Speaker, that's another area that we have to focus on that is damaging or potentially damaging to our kids. Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of my colleague, the honorable member from West Bay, from Georgetown West. And forgive me for misusing the standing orders, but the Honorable Perlina McGall-Lumsden has started off her race with good speed, and I'm proud of you. This could be the game changer for the difference of the future of Cayman, of a generation of people with ethics, strength, morality, of what our forefathers built for us, and the difference of why the rest of the world may have lost themselves if we do this right. And member, you should be proud to say that you were the catalyst to start this conversation. And let us not be afraid to be trendsetters. Let us be the one island, as we've always done, stepping out in front and showing that we can do it. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we're small enough to do it. As the old people used to say, you got a small room, easy to get dirty, but it's easy to clean up. And we can clean this up. We can make the changes. We can convince the parents why this is important. But we have to help the parents have other activities so that because parents are busy, Mr. Speaker. They're working harder than they ever did before 50 years ago. And Mr. Speaker, I hate to tell you this, but when you said you're leaving at 6 and getting there by 6:15, I don't think you're going to get there by 6:15 today. Oh, you got lights on lights, okay, all right, fair enough. Once you got the lights on the vehicle, you can get there. But when you think about the traffic, the amount of extra time that parents put in at work, they need other options that we, the government, can put policies in place to have safe, healthy spaces for them that they can operate in, because kids need to be entertained. Parents are not as comfortable as they used to be to say, go outside and bush. I'll be honest with you, I was the biggest bushwhacker you can find. And bushwhacker, that's what my mother used to call me, you little bushwhacker, right? And as much as I tried my endeavor best to be just as much pressure from a bushwhacking perspective with my daughters, I felt the worry of today where I don't know who outside. I do not know who out there. So, though I know that I don't want them inside too much on social media, on TV, for my own comfort, I gave in to some of those things so to know that they're safe. And I'm telling you, parents will make the decision to say, no internet, no this, no technology, no that, if we provide them with safer opportunities for their kids. That means a significant investment. So when we think about the mental health that children are dealing with, and that's the premise upon which this motion comes from, Mr. Speaker, is protecting our children from too much at one time while the brain develops. It's not about taking away exciting opportunities, because technology is a part of our learning curve, but in moderation and with supervision. We're not saying take out smart boards out of the classroom. What we want is supervised understanding of too much information one time. Mr. Speaker, you know, it doesn't even have to be things that are negative that they're exposed to, you know. You know that you can damage a child by forcing them to study too much, too often, all the time. They need mental health breaks. Some children that came from good parents, who the parents are teachers, and you go Christians, and like everything you can think of, the epitome of a good family. Child in the books all the time. So much so they don't know how to even socialize. And then you create a different problem, because life is about balance. So too much of anything the Bible tells you about is not good for you. Now, but if there's anything you want too much of, it would be good education. But even then, they need to go buck their toe a little bit. So, Mr. Speaker, again, trying my best not to repeat what so many members have said, and I know you've given a lot of leeway because of the importance of this. I just want us to remember that the negative things that we're trying to stop doesn't stop at age 16. Matter of fact, some of the most significant abusers of the things that cause the mental health issues across human-to-human behavior is done by adults. And I'm glad the member recognizes the key component in all this is the development of the brain from age 0 to 16. And that's backed up with the evidence she presented by global research as to the importance of development then. So yes, they will, once we succeed with this, they'll have to, somewhat as this old saying goes, fend for yourself, now you're in the big world. Kind of the same thing in the car. My daughter's about to get her car license in April, turning 17. I'm freaking out. I'm going to put a big old sign and say, can a Brian daughter drive and be careful, please? Because parents worry. But we have a duty of care to do everything we can in a world that is evolving and advancing, particularly in the world of technology and communication and information, to adjust. Because with the digital world, there's a lot of good, but there is a lot of bad. And I'm not even going to get into the talk about AI, because we haven't even touched yet about the potential negatives of AI. You may have an innocent young child who don't even be on social media, and you can take a snapshot of their face and put it on the most disgusting image in the world and spread that around, and the child's life is ruined forever, afraid to go outside, and God knows what goes through their mind to do something. We got to get a hold of this before it gets too late. Mr. Speaker, my honorable leader highlighted some amazing things about the mover of this motion, the honorable member for Georgetown West, the honorable Perlina McGaw, Lumsden. But what he probably just forgot to highlight is she's also one of the guiding leaders of the Youth Parliament Committee. Matter of fact, she's the one female on that committee. And a key component to the motion that is coming, and my honorable leader spoke about that earlier. But it's so interesting, while she continues to fight for the young people today, that the same things about mental health concerns for young people is actually what's going to be a part of the discussion on Monday, the 9th of March. For those who are listening, tune in to Parliament. Come down to Parliament, you're welcome. And see what the next generation is talk about in respect to mental health, in respect to technology, in respect to social media platforms and the abuses and bullying and what it does to the mental health space, and what government can do to increase that. It's going to be an amazing discussion. But her commitment, her support, her contribution to that tells you everything, and I should never have. I don't even know why I was surprised. No, I wasn't surprised. I was just blown away. I mean, I don't know how much work you did. You must have been at it for at least 2.5 weeks, because you couldn't have done all that speech in 2 days like what most of us do for our speeches. I'm proud of you, member. Thank you. I'm really proud of you. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to give contribution to this, and I hope that the government, though it may be a difficult task, and I know that you have a lot of priorities, but if I dare say, this one should be in the top 5 as you go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's my contribution to this motion.
Member for Georgetown East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I will be particularly brief. I can be finished long before that, sir. Mr. Speaker, I must be one of about the only ones who hasn't spoken in relation to this private member's motion, and I do believe I cannot let the night pass without having to say something, and at least let the country and everyone know that I am fully in support of what is taking place here today in terms of supporting this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm long past raising children, but I got that second generation that are coming up now of grandchildren, 2 young boys and 2 young girls, one of which won't be just a few more years before she's into the teenage years and becoming influenced amongst our friends with the things at which we're discussing today in terms of social media. So it is still very relevant to me. It is still very important to me. And I know that my 2 daughters will have their challenges in raising the children and regulating their use of social media. Now, they're going to come under a lot of peer pressure, and it's going to be great for them. But I know in talking with both of them, they have started off on the right foot in terms of controlling their access to social media at this point in time. They're just no presence whatsoever. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend my congratulations to and commend the mover of the motion, my colleague, the member for Georgetown West. It was very beautifully put together and very forceful. She delivered this with conviction, no question, and was very passionate about the way she delivered. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's affected all of us this afternoon so much. And I also wanted to just mention and congratulate, too, with the member who seconded, the member for Red Bay, who seconded the motion. I mean, he, too, spoke with passion and with a zeal that I know he has, because I had at least one conversation with him about the subject matter, and I know of his passion for it as well. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude again by congratulating them both and everyone who has spoken, and just to record my genuine 100% support for this motion tonight. And I look forward to shouting yay when we shall take the vote.
Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I am very conscious of the fact that you need to be out of here in a hurry, so I shan't detain you. Just to say that I'd like to be on the record as supporting the motion and associating myself with everything that has been said so far, and I will avoid the tedious repetition. But I would also like to congratulate the mover of the motion for a very well-researched and well-presented motion, sir. So I thank you very much.
Members all, I really appreciate that you will indulge me to fulfill this commitment at the University College. I think there's 40 students that are graduating from a program where people, upskilling program that they have at the college. And also that we come back at 7 o'clock, we're going to do a new order paper, because we need to break by 4 o'clock tomorrow. Because what you all don't know is that I have confirmed attendance for 345 women to come here at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for the launch of the Cayman branch of the Commonwealth Women's Parliamentarians. And that is a historic event in this country, and I'm sure that all you want to be a part of it, so you will get your programs in a little while. So the House is suspended until 7 p.m. This Honourable House is back in session. Please be seated. And once again, let me express my gratitude for allowing me to go and speak to those graduates. Thank you very much. Member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think everyone has said what needs to be said, but I just wanted to go on record to congratulate the Honourable Deputy Speaker and Member for Georgetown West for a very compelling, moving, and I would say a very professional tribute. And I want to say to her separately, I know I addressed it very tightly, but I want to say, Perlina, well done. So with that, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm not going to say that on the mic, no. I just want to say that, Mr. Speaker, and just to congratulate her and thank everyone who spoke. I think everything has already been said. Thank you.
I think all members have spoken, and once again, I want to congratulate you all. I never had to call once which member wants to speak. That's how it should work. I therefore call on the mover to exercise her right of reply.
I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to each and every member of this House for their thoughtful contribution to this debate and for their shared commitment to the well-being of our people. Regardless of where we sit in this chamber, we are all here for the same fundamental purpose: to protect our citizens, to safeguard our children, and to make bold and responsible decisions that serves the best interests of this country. Mr. Speaker, the question before us is very simple. Do we accept that the design of algorithm-driven platform poses imbalanced risks to our younger adolescents? If the answer is yes, then responsible governance requires action. This is not fear of technology. It is a maturity in governance. It is not a permanent denial. It is a development delay. And above all, it is not about limiting freedom. It is about ensuring that freedom grows with readiness. The best interests of our child are not optional. They are paramount. I therefore commend this motion to this honorable House and urge members to stand on the side of evidence, proportionality, and the protection of Caymanian children. Mr. Speaker, if this House agrees that childhood deserves protection in the digital age, then today is the moment for us to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank all members in advance for what I believe will be remembered as a historic moment for this country. Thank you.
Keep turning it off. Be it therefore resolved, now let me start over. The question now is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers the introduction of legislation to prohibit access to social media platforms by persons under the age of 16 years within the Cayman Islands as a child protection and public health measure. And be it further resolved that the government considers that any such legislation shall place primary responsibility for compliance, age verification, and enforcement on social media platform operators, and shall not criminalize or penalize children or young persons. And be it further resolved that the government considers that social media platforms shall be defined as digital services for social interaction and content sharing, and shall exclude educational platforms, messaging services used primarily for private communication, essential services required for school or public services. And be it further resolved that the government considers that the proposed framework shall include proportionate regulatory sanctions for non-compliant platforms while ensuring safeguards for data privacy, user rights, and constitutional protections. And be it further resolved that the government considers accompanying the legislation with public education initiatives, including digital literacy programs for parents and accessible mental health resources for young people. And be it further resolved that the government considers that the legislation shall be subject to periodic review to ensure it is consistent with constitutional protections and remains consistent with human rights obligations and the principle of proportionality. And be it further resolved that the government considers commencing stakeholder consultation and legislative drafting without delay, recognizing the urgency of protecting children from demonstrable and preventable digital harms, and affirms that the resolution shall not be construed as an endorsement of censorship, surveillance, or content-based regulation, but as a child protection and public health measure grounded in evidence, proportionality, and the best interest of the child. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. Private members' motion number 10, 2025-26, limiting social media for children under the age of 16, is passed. Before we take a short suspension to circulate a new order paper to deal with some government business, I just want to take the opportunity to remind the Premier and the Deputy Governor of Standing Order 48, i.e. every private member's motion passed by this House which requires actions on national policy issues shall be sent by the clerk within 1 week of the date of approval by the House to the Cabinet Secretary for submission to Cabinet for the consideration of Cabinet. And 2, a report on the Cabinet's decision in response to the submission made pursuant to paragraph 1 shall be tabled at the next meeting of the House by the Premier or by a member of the government designated, assigned by the Premier. The House is suspended for 5 minutes. This honorable parliament is back in session. Please be seated.
Government business, bills, first readings, Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026.
Bill is deemed to have been given a first reading. Okay. First readings. Okay. The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time and is set down for second reading.
Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time and is set down for second reading.
Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time and is set down for second reading.
Second readings, Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026.
Honorable Premier.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the mover wish to speak thereto?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026 on behalf of the government. The bill amends the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2024 revision. Mr. Speaker, this bill and the two that follow it on the order paper deal with the issue of tokenization of investment funds in the emerging, which is now an emerging feature in the global investment funds sector. Tokenization, Mr. Speaker, enables the equity interests, so for example, shares in a mutual fund, and investment interest in a private fund to be represented in a digital form using what's called the distributed ledger or blockchain technology, while preserving the underlying legal nature and rights attached to those interests. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it's the exact same investment product that we have today, but instead of an Excel spreadsheet or some other similar type of electronic form, it is now moving to this latest technology, which is called blockchain technology. This bill is the first of two to complete the package. Mr. Speaker, the bill amends, as I said, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act, which I'll refer to here as the Principal Act, to refine certain definitions and introduce new definitions relating to tokenized mutual funds and tokenized private funds. These amendments align the terminology used in the Principal Act with the corresponding definitions introduced in the Mutual Funds Act 2025 revision and the Private Funds Act 2025 revision. Importantly, the bill clarifies that the issuance, creation, sale, transfer, and other disposition of tokenized equity or investment interests by regulated mutual funds and regulated private investment funds does not constitute the issuance of virtual assets for the purposes of the Principal Act, where such an activity occurs solely within the context of a regulated fund structure. So to put that into plain English, that means that the problem that we are seeking to solve for is that despite the fact that investment funds are beginning to use blockchain technology, which is the same technology used for cryptocurrencies, this is not a cryptocurrency. This is using the same technology but for a different purpose. This clarification avoids regulatory duplication because without it, our same investment funds that have a specific registered process was having to go through a more onerous process for cryptocurrency, which is appropriate for cryptocurrencies, but is causing confusion and unnecessary delay for our normal investment funds. So this ensures the tokenized funds will remain regulated under their established funds framework while preserving the application of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act to any entity that conducts standalone virtual asset services. Importantly, the bill also repeals the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, the bill is arranged in 3 clauses. Clause 1 provides a short title of the legislation. Clause 2 amends Section 2 of the Principal Act to amend the definition of the words issuance of virtual assets and to insert new definitions in respect of the words digital equity token, digital investment token, tokenized mutual fund, and tokenized private fund. Clause 3 provides for the repeal of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, this concludes my presentation on the bill. And for all those reasons, to continue to keep our world-renowned investment funds product cutting edge, I therefore commend the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honorable House for its second reading.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the official opposition to express our support for the amendments to this bill and for them to move forward. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly grateful to the Premier for giving a more fulsome explanation of what tokenization really is and what tokens are. And while I'd always associated the blockchain technology with crypto, I did not appreciate that it was now being used in this regard in order to record essentially shareholder transactions. And so that created a bit of a misunderstanding on my part, and I had, in discussing this, I suggested to the team here that we were really speaking of crypto. So I'm particularly grateful for that, and to say that we do support this. What I do know as well, Mr. Speaker, is that SEMA will be responsible as well, have responsibilities under the amendments with regard to this to make sure that things are dealt with on the up and up without any, and that everything is accounted for with the issuance and redemptions of these tokens. So is winding up, what I would ask the Premier to do for us is if he's able to say, will this require any additional staffing by SEMA in order to perform their functions under the law? Because it is a very important function that they are doing. I mean, normally, I think when we talk of the tokenization, there is no paper trail or everything. Everything is truly virtual or digital. And so with those few comments, Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill as well to the House and say that we have no objections to it at all.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On behalf of my colleague, the honourable member from Bordentown East, we rise to also lend our support to this bill. And I think it's a bit timely. And I was listening to the member from Georgetown East who spoke a while ago. And when we look back and see how far this has come, I mean, before we were talking about Bitcoin, and now most people don't realize that there's something called synthetic Bitcoin, where Wall Street has now captured Bitcoin and have basically carried to a different level. We have collateralized it and everything else. So I just want to lend our support to it and thank the Honourable Premier and his team for at least keeping the Cayman Islands apace with all of this current legislation and what is going on in this industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I would invite the mover if he wishes to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Georgetown East for rising on behalf of the official opposition to lend support, and also the member for Bordentown West for the independent opposition support. Mr. Speaker, the member for Georgetown East can well be forgiven for his misunderstanding, and I'll explain why. Because the misunderstanding took a lot of work between the primary regulator, SEMA, industry, and ministry to get to the root of this. The members' misunderstanding caused quite a deal of stir in the investment fund sector. So there was an initial informal consultation last year in 2025 that put a lot of belts and braces all over it because of the misunderstanding. Industry practitioners then came furiously back. So at the beginning of this year, we took a timeout and created a small group, which, Mr. Speaker, fits with the theme of this meeting of the House, that it took a group of cross-section between Cayman Finance, the ministry, and SEMA to take a time out, stop firing at each other, sit down and talk about it so that we could try to collaborate to innovate this product and thereby innovate the country. So it's in that same spirit that we're working here tonight is how these bills find themselves here. It should not require any additional staffing from SEMA because when we got down to the root of it, it's the exact same investment fund with the exact same mechanisms and controls that exist in the legislation today, and all of the operators of the funds and service providers have the same obligations. So with that, Mr. Speaker, the only thing left for me to do is to thank those working groups from the ministry. Well, I'll end with the ministry because I'm going to embarrass one staff in particular with a lot of praise, who's here tonight. With SEMA, from their policy unit, they sent persons from their legal division, from their securities division. Cayman Finance sent someone. I think it was Heyman Rankin. And then also industry sent representatives came by leave from Walker's and from Maples. And in the ministry was who's here tonight? Karen, Stephen, Dalton. I would consider Karen the lead negotiator in this small civil war. It would not have survived and been brought forward without her. Karen is an absolute star in the ministry. She not only works on complex legislation, she takes the time to help young Caymanian policy officers sharpen their skills. You're an absolute asset to the ministry. Thank you, Karen. And Ms. Maureen Benjamin can never leave out legislative drafting. As I said it earlier today, we literally could not work without legal drafting. So with that, Mr. Speaker, only thing left for me to say is to slightly have a bit of anticipation that the next two bills should go much quicker because it's the same theory throughout. Thank you.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Virtual Assets Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Virtual Asset Service Provider Amendment Bill 2026 has been given a second reading.
Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I rise to present the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026 on behalf of the government. The reasons for the bill are in keeping with my explanation on the prior bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will push forward to just setting out briefly the clauses of the bill. For the purposes of the Hansards, the bill is arranged in 4 clauses, Mr. Speaker. Clause 1 provides the short title of the legislation. Clause 2 amends Section 2 of the Principal Act to amend the definition of the words debt and equity interest. The clause also amends Section 2 to insert new definitions in respect of the words digital equity token, partnership interest, tokenized mutual fund, among other definitions. Clause 3 amends Section 16 of the Principal Act to include matters that a licensed mutual fund administrator in providing mutual fund administration to a mutual fund needs to be satisfied of in respect of a tokenized mutual fund. The licensed mutual fund administrator needs to be satisfied that all records relating to, among other things, the issuance, creation, sale, and transfer of an equity interest that is represented by a digital equity token are securely maintained by the tokenized mutual fund and are available to the monetary authority within such a period of time as may be specified by the authority. And the tokenized mutual fund has complied with any other requirement that is applicable to a tokenized mutual fund. So therefore, that touches on the question by the member for Georgetown East and the last bill, that those are the additional requirements an administrator of these type of funds has to maintain to maintain safety and stability. Clause 4 amends the Principal Act by inserting the proposed new Part 3B, which deals with tokenized mutual funds and contains proposed new sections 22I and 22J. The proposed new Section 22I, Mr. Speaker, sets out the specific requirements for a tokenized mutual fund, which include a requirement for an annual confirmation by the operator that all records relating to the issuance, creation, sale, transfer, and ownership of an equity interest that is represented by a digital equity token have been properly kept and maintained in compliance with the requirements set out in the legislation. The requirement that an equity interest that is represented by a digital equity token is only transferable with the approval of the operator of the tokenized mutual fund in accordance with the offering document. And the requirement for the disclosure of identified risk specific to the digital equity token to be provided in the offering document, and the requirement that the offering document sets out how the risks identified are addressed or mitigated for investors. The proposed new Section 22J provides that SEMA shall exercise supervisory powers over tokenized mutual funds to ensure compliance with the legislation and the protection of investor interest. Mr. Speaker, that concludes my presentation on the bill. I therefore commend the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honorable House for its second reading.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the official opposition to indicate our support for the bill. Nothing much really different from the previous bill, and the Premier has made a satisfactory explanation of the issues that I had identified and discussed with him previously, so we're fine and okay with the legislation. Thank you, sir.
Member for Bordentown West.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the independent opposition and my good friend, the member from Bordentown East, also lend her support to this bill. The Premier will be aware that some of the people who he consults with, I also get those emails too. Yes, he sometimes copied on them. So I think our support of this is also nothing that should be a surprise to the Premier. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I will invite the mover of the bill if he wishes to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only for a matter of record to thank the opposition, represented by the member for Georgetown East, for the support, and also the member for Bordentown West for the independent opposition support, and all of those who I mentioned previously who helped organize the legislation. Thank you.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026 has been given a second reading.
Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
The bill has been duly moved. Does the mover wish to speak thereto?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I rise to present the Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026 on behalf of the government. The reasons for the bill are exactly the same as the two prior bills on the order paper. I'll therefore, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, set out the clauses of the bill. There are 4 clauses, Mr. Speaker. Clause 1 provides the short title of the legislation. Clause 2 amends the Section 2 of the Principal Act to amend the definition of the words debt and to insert new definitions in respect of, among other things, the words digital investment token, partnership interest, and tokenized private fund. Clause 3 amends Section 6 of the Principal Act to provide that a tokenized private fund that applies for registration under the Principal Act shall comply with specific requirements. All of those requirements are the same in terms of the issuance, creation, sale, transfer, and ownership of an investment interest, as I mentioned on the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill. Section 4 inserts a proposed new 19A and 19B in the Principal Act. The proposed new Section 19A sets out the requirements for tokenized private funds to have specific requirements to have the annual confirmation that I mentioned in relation to mutual funds, and also the obligations in the offering documents on the operators, as I mentioned in the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill. The new proposed Section 19B provides that SEMA shall exercise supervisory powers over tokenized private funds to ensure compliance with the legislation and the protection of investor interests. Mr. Speaker, that concludes my presentation on this bill, and I therefore commend the Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honorable House for its second reading.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as with the previous two bills that have come before, I rise on behalf of the official opposition to express our support for the amending legislation to be passed. Thank you, sir.
Member for Georgetown. Member for Bordentown West.
That's fine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise on behalf of the independent opposition member, my colleague from Bordentown East, to also lend our support to this bill and thank the Premier and his team for keeping us apace with all that's going on in the financial services industry. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I will call on the mover to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, once again, just to thank the member for Georgetown East for also lending the support on behalf of the official opposition to this bill, just like the prior two. And same goes for the member for Bordentown East on behalf of the independent opposition. I'll only leave the member from Bordentown East to say that, yes, we have the same commentators. And a gauge of that we know we're going right is we haven't heard from particular commentators. So silence is acceptance. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks all who organized the bill. And we continue to exhibit cutting-edge, responsible excellence in financial services in this country that we should all continue to be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The Private Fund Amendment Bill 2026 has been given a second reading. The House will now go into committee to consider the bills. Bill. Everyone agree to that? Okay. The clerk read the short title. Oh, you need that? I get mine. Okay. Immigration Transition Amendment Validation Bill.
Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2026. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, repeal and substitution of Section 27 of the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision, Cayman as of right. Clause 3, insertion of Section 71B, express fees. Clause 4, amendment of Section 72, regulations. Clause 5, amendment of Section 83A, further transitional matters. Clause 6, validation. Clause 7, orders or determinations by court not affected.
Is there any question on clause 1 to 7? If not, I will put the question. The question is that clauses 1 to 7 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 7 stands part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Transition Act 2022 revision to provide that persons born in the islands on or before the 26th March 1997 are Caymanians as of right, to provide for the changing of fees for expedited services, to provide for transitional matters, to validate the charging of payment and collection of fees without statutory authority for expedited services, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2026, Clause 1, short title.
Okay. Okay, is there any questions to short title? Clause 1? Is there any questions to Clause 1? If not, I will put the question, is that Clause 1 do stand part of the bill? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 stands part of the bill. You have notice of an amendment to clause. Okay.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Health Insurance Act 2021 revision, definitions.
We have notice of, from the member for Bordentown West of an amendment to that clause.
No, yeah, just the last one was on.
Yeah, just read the last one, the correct one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in accordance with Standing Order 70 of the Parliament Standing Orders 2025, I, Christopher S. Saunders, elected member for Bordentown West, give notice to move the following amendment to the Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2026. 1. That the proposed amendment to Clause 2C, medically indigent person, be amended in subclause B by deleting the words acting on the advice of the Chief Medical Officer and adding after consultation with the Chief Medical Officer or his or her designate, so that the subclause 2CB reads, in the opinion of the Minister responsible for health, after consultation with the Chief Medical Officer or his or her designate, is unable to pay for a person's health insurance or medical services by reason of inadequate financial resources. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment to the clause be approved. All those, is there any discussion? Does anybody wish to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think I pretty much had touched it already in my debate, and I've discussed it with the Honourable Minister and the Premier, and I think we're in agreement with this language. I don't know if there's anything that the government side would like to add.
Briefly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the member for Bordentown East for this amendment. Sorry, I have never made that mistake until now. Did I do it before? To Bordentown West. And I know you the West Side. And I know you the West Side. Twins. It was an excellent point. It helped to improve the legislation and to modernize our way in thinking of ministers. So on behalf of the government, we accept the amendment.
Okay. The question is that the amendment, I don't need to read that again, do stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment has been approved. The question is that clause 2, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 2, as amended, stands part of the bill.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 5, compulsory health insurance. Clause 4, transitional provision.
The question is that Clause 3 and Clause 4 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 and 4 do stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Health Insurance Act 2021 revision to delete the definition of the words indigent person, to introduce a definition for the words medically indigent person, to delete references to indigent person and references describing persons of indigent and substitute the references to medically indigent person, to provide for transitional arrangements and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Health Insurance Commission Amendment Bill 2026. Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Health Insurance Commission Act 2026 revision, definitions. Clause 3, amendment of Section 8 of the Health Insurance Commission Act 2026 revision, 2016 revision, segregated insurance fund.
The question is that clauses 1, 2, and 3 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1, 2, and 3 stands part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Health Insurance Commission Act 2016 revision to delete the references to the word indigent persons and substitute the words medically indigent persons, and to provide a definition for the words medically indigent person by reference to the definition of those words in the Health Insurance Act 2021 revision and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Virtual Assets Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2024 revision, interpretations. Clause 3, repeal of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Act 2025.
The question is that clauses 1, 2, and 3 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1, 2, and 3 stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act 2024 revision to amend the interpretation section to provide definitions for, among other things, tokenized mutual funds and tokenized private funds, to repeal the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Act 2025 and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026, Clause 1, short title, Clause 2, Amendment of Section 2 of the Mutual Funds Act 2025 revision, definitions, Clause 3, Amendment of Section 16, licensed mutual fund administrators to be satisfied in respect of mutual funds, Clause 4, in section of Part 3. What did I say? Oh, sorry. Insertion of Part 3B, tokenized mutual funds.
The question is that clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 do stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Mutual Funds Act 2025 revision to provide for specific requirements and tokenized mutual funds, to provide definitions for digital equity token and tokenized mutual funds, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. Private funds.
Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026, Clause 1, short title, Clause 2, Amendment of Section 2 of the Private Funds Act 2025 revision, interpretation, Clause 3, Amendment of Section 6, application to be registered, Clause 4, insertion of Section 19A, specific requirements for tokenized private funds.
Is there any question in the clauses? If not, I will put the question. The question is that clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 do stand part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Private Funds Act 2025 revision to provide for specific requirements for tokenized private funds, to provide for, among other things, definition for digital investment token and tokenized private funds, and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. The question is that the bills be reported to the House. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The bills will accordingly be reported to the House. The House is back in session. Please be seated.
Report on bills. Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2026.
Honorable Minister of Cayman and Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for third reading.
Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2026.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that a bill shortly entitled the Health Insurance Commission Amendment Bill 2026 was considered by the Committee of the whole House and was passed at committee with amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for third reading.
Health Insurance Commission Amendment Bill 2026.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2026 has been considered of the Committee of the House and has been passed with no amendments, or has been passed.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for third reading.
Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am to report that a bill shortly entitled the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026 was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments.
The bill, excuse me, the bill has been duly reported and is set down for a third reading.
Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am to report that a bill shortly entitled the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026 was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for a third reading.
Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I am to report that a bill shortly entitled the Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026 was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for a third reading.
Third readings. Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2026.
Honourable Minister of Cayman and Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Immigration Transition Amendment and Validation Bill 2026 has been read a third time and is passed.
Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2026.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2026 has been read a third time and is passed.
Health Insurance Commission Amendment Bill 2026.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Health Insurance Commission Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Health Insurance Commission Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Health Insurance Commission Amendment Bill 2026 has been read a third time and is passed. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Standing Order 65 be suspended to allow the final three bills on the order paper, being the Virtual Assets Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026, the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026, and the Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026, to allow them to be read a third time.
The question is that Standing Order 65 be suspended to allow the three bills on the order paper to be read a third time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 65 has been suspended.
Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Virtual Assets Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Virtual Assets Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill 2026 has been read a third time and is passed.
Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Mutual Funds Amendment Bill 2026 has been read a third time and is passed.
Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that a bill shortly entitled the Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Private Funds Amendment Bill 2026 has been read a third time and is passed. Before I invite the Premier to move the adjournment, I just want to appeal to the male members of Parliament to please, I bring you a special invitation from the 5 women parliamentarians asking you to please attend the launch of the Cayman branch of the Commonwealth Women's Parliamentarians tomorrow afternoon, starting at 5 p.m. and finishing at 7. Second request, please wear something purple or at the very least pink, because International Women's Day is on Sunday and that is the color. So we expect all the men to show up tomorrow in pink suits. No. All right. But in all seriousness, by the way, I am fairly confident in saying that this has to be, and I've been around this place for a little while, no, the only sitting of Parliament that I am aware where there was not a single no vote on any item on the agenda. Congratulations. That demonstrates true cooperation, and that's what I like to see. Thank you all very much. So, Mr. Honorable Premier, I don't know if we should move on adjournment, and I think we should just go right into tomorrow's business and keep the record going. But Honorable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be guided by members if they want to continue at past 8:30, but I doubt it.
No.
Keep it going?
No, we have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta get a new order paper and all that, and we have questions and stuff.
It was a nice idea.
Yeah. What I'm interested in is that we carry forward the spirit of cooperation into tomorrow, so that we men can demonstrate to those 300 plus women that will be here tomorrow night, tomorrow evening, for the launch of the Commonwealth Women's Parliamentary branch in Cayman, that we can work together with the 5 women in Parliament to run a good government.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would only caution you as you invite the fashion of pink among men, what you might get tomorrow.
Well, it is really purple, but
I know.
pink is the alternative.
I know, is the alternative.
Okay.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, no.
But
I can tell you a little story that goes back to the 80s, right? Whenever we saw the national hero, Honorable Jim Borden, walk through that door with his cream-colored full suit on, we knew we were in for a rough day. And I think he set the record. I think he debated the budget for 6 days one time. Sorry for interrupting, man. You know me and my stories.
Mr. Speaker, we enjoy your stories. Thank you, sir. And even more importantly, we enjoy your recognition of what occurred here in Parliament today. And I'd like to thank all members of the House. I think we would all agree that that is something special that you have said in your experience. You have not seen a single no on the order paper. And I think it was the member for Cayman Brac, West and Little Cayman. I'm not going to use the term we've been using. To say, let's make sure that that carries forward to tomorrow and beyond. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend. I know, Madam Clerk. You keep us on our toes. Suspend Standing Order 14-1 to allow the House to resume tomorrow, the 6th of March, at 10 a.m. rather than 2 p.m.
The question is that this House suspend Standing Order 14-1 to allow tomorrow's meeting, Friday, the 5th of March, right? 6th of March, to start at 10 a.m. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 14-1 has been suspended.
Are you still good because Kristen said no?
Thank you, Mr. Wait, we got sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a sense of unification and harmony, I move that this House do stand adjourned until tomorrow, the 6th of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this House do stand adjourned until tomorrow, 6th of March at 10 a.m. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those against, no. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday, March the 6th. Thank you.